Hello, everyone, and welcome to another edition of Mormon Stories Podcast. I am one of your hosts for today. I am Margi Dehlin, and I am so thrilled to have in studio with me. She appears at least once a month, hopefully more. Margi Dehlin. Hey, Margi.
Hey there.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Are you excited for today's episode?
I'm super excited for today.
Me too.
Yes.
Today we have back in our studios the amazing, the brilliant, the thoughtful, the creative, the talented, the wise, Samantha Shelley. Hey, Samantha.
Hi, Delins. So nice to be here.
Or as I like to call you, Sammy.
Yep, you do.
I was thinking to myself, wow, we've had Samantha on a couple times. Why in the world would we have her back? And then I realized every time we brought you, it's always been with your sidekick, Tanner. And we never have given you a proper Mormon story. True?
That is true.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd still proper, It's not less.
Yeah. So, and Margi, I want to hear why this was so exciting to you, but I'm going to tell the audience ahead of time why I think this is super interesting. Samantha's got an amazing story. She was raised in the UK. She was not raised LDS. As she was kind of explaining to me beforehand, she was a very promising student. What did you say, the equivalent of a valedictorian? You don't want me to say that.
I mean, that's not a thing.
British. That's so British.
That's not even a thing.
A brilliant human with a promising future. And then she decides in her teen years to join Mormonism. What's that about? But there's more, because also there are themes about mental health. There are themes about eating disorders. There are themes around parenting and reparenting, and frankly, faith crisis stuff, but then healing and growth after leaving a high demand religion and or cult. So this has so much good. Now, Margi, did I steal your thunder? Were there other things that were exciting to you about this interview?
Well, we could just spend an hour before
talking about why we're excited about
talking about why we love Sam.
You guys are the hype parents I never had. I feel so held by you both.
What I will say is I do feel like, the way Sam shows up in the world is notable to me. And you can get just a piece of that on her Instagram feed. But I do just feel like your level of thoughtfulness, intention, being real about what it means to be alive and how complicated that is. And even in this realm in particular, this idea around self-healing, which I also feel really passionate about. So I don't know, you're just a standout to me in a way that's both like it inspires me, but it also is relatable. And I think that's important. So.
Yeah. And let me just begin how I will end, which is by plugging all your social media assets. So so obviously you're co-lead on the Zelph on the Shelf YouTube channel and Instagram and TikTok channel with Tanner Gilliland. We've got a couple Mormon Stories episodes, including a real classic, Losing Mormon Millennials. You and Tanner were a part of that. We had an update recently. But you also have your own website, and you are a faith transitions / healing and growth life coach. Is that right?
Yeah, I do intentional living coaching. I have a website, SamanthaShelleyCoaching.com for that. And I'm also on Instagram and TikTok and everywhere at the Samspo.
That's THESAM SPO. And we'll include links to all that in the show notes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. All right, Margi. Well, you're going to be kind of the lead, and I'm going to be your trusty sidekick. How does that sound?
Okay. Brilliant.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm still going to be following a lot of some of the Thrive Stories models. So in that, if I were going to ask you to just briefly introduce yourself, I think maybe some people do know you already, but maybe some people don't. So for them, how would you talk about just a brief introduction to you? Who you love, what you love, anything.
Well, I'm Sam. I grew up in the UK. I lived there till I was 18. At 18, I moved to America to go to BYU Idaho because I had joined Mormonism as a 17-year-old. I love, what do I love? Cats, writing, good vegan food. being on the micro niche podcast circuit. I don't know. I like being outside. I love nature. Yeah. Yeah. It's Samantha Shelley coaching, not Samantha Shelley healing.
Okay.
I wouldn't deign to put healing in the title.
We'll fix that in post-production. Thank you.
That's great. Perfect. Okay. And what topics will we be exploring, would you say, just overall today? Where do you think we'll where are we headed?
We are going to talk about, well, I suppose just the repercussions of not having your needs met in childhood, which I feel like is a universal thing. I also will probably touch on the specific trauma of being an only child as you go through traumatic childhood situations, because I think that adds a unique flavor, and isolation, obviously. I suppose we'll be talking about what drives a seemingly normal, good student to joining a cult as a teenager. And then my journey of healing.
Yeah.
And how, I don't know, I feel like there is no one path to healing. There's a lot of, all of our psyches kind of need different things, and different methodologies work for different people. And I didn't find that much success in traditional therapy, and it was very much a self-directed journey, which, different things work for different people, but that's just what has worked for me.
Yeah. Yeah. I have heard a lot. I really feel for what you're saying, and I don't think you're alone in that with regard to traditional therapy, especially with regard to things like trauma, or where, a holistic approach, right? Where there's like body practices and yeah.
Frankly, it's why we need Teal Swan.
I was just about to see if I could insert a Teal Swan joke. I was like, should
That's
I?
rude. I just said something rude. I'm sorry. No offense, Tealers, Swaners, what are they called?
Swan songs.
Anyway, sorry, that's just an inside joke.
No, I was thinking
Inside
it too,
joke.
John, so.
Sorry.
Okay, can I just say something about that?
It's Teal Tribe. It's Teal Tribe.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies to the Teal Tribe. Okay, Margi, yeah.
Okay, something that, all right, and then squirrel, but then back, is what I would say about that is, the inescapable. Do you remember when we were having this conversation? We have a therapist friend named Dave who was telling us about a study that was just released from Harvard and Boston University, I think. The idea they're coming out with this new approach to therapy where it's more universal. Up till now, it's like very dependent on your diagnosis, and then they do different things. But what they're realizing now, like the latest thing is, now this wouldn't include like highly genetic or really severe like schizophrenia. So that like those types I'm not talking about, but like anxiety, OCD, depression, right? That the common root oftentimes is what we will do to cope with, avoid really intense, uncomfortable feelings. So, I mean, there is something to that with Teal Swan, right? And with all the things that we do. But I just think that's an interesting place to start, right? What we will do, how we cope, what we'll do to avoid, to escape
Discomfort.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Intense discomfort of being alive.
Mate, the trauma therapist, he wrote The Body Keeps the Score. He said the story for all of us is we had needs, they weren't met, we found ways to cope with that. And that's like the human story.
Yes, exactly.
So Teal Swan is just, one person trying to meet that need, I suppose.
Yep.
And I don't want to talk about Teal Swan anymore.
No, we're done.
We're done with that.
So I'm really curious about this question. If we start kind of a little bit in your beginning, your childhood, and kind of go back there, like when you think about you as a girl, what things come up for you as to how you felt being in the world, what it felt like being in your kind of family system, and kind of just what you remember about yourself. I'm kind of curious. You can even go into, honestly, like what you loved, what you used to do as a girl. Were you really social? Were you not? Just anything that comes up.
Yeah, so I was an only child. And my parents were not equipped to be parents. Like they physically, they had a home and, physical resources for me. But in terms of emotionally, it just wasn't something I'd see them as having been cut out for. And I got a sense of that at a really young age. And by the way, I just want to preface all of this by saying, like, every parent tries their best. My parents tried their best. They both come from long lines of intergenerational trauma. So nothing about anything I'm going to say is like a diss on my parents, because I just think that's unhelpful and like doesn't represent reality well.
Okay.
They tried their best with what they had available to them. But one of my earliest memories is of being, this is just kind of a little symbolic memory. Well, there's so much that can be said here. I'm trying to organize my thoughts. A lot of my early memories are of domestic violence or things around that. But basically I got a sense at a young age that I felt like at a young age, my parents were not equipped to look after me. I remember being on holiday in Spain or somewhere, and my parents had rented this Jeep. And I think I was about 2.5. Like, this might be like my earliest memory I have. And it's not a story my parents told me over the years. So it's not a false memory, because I didn't tell them about this memory till I was a lot older. But I remember being 2 and being in the back of this Jeep while my parents were on holiday with me. And I'm in this like kid's car seat and the window's open. And the reality of the situation is that I was perfectly safe. Like, my parents would always like strap me in and keep, they were good like that. But it felt like a near-death experience for me as a 2.5-year-old. And I vividly remember like thinking I was going to fall out the window and I was going to die. And, maybe this is like meaning making, but I look back on that memory as like, it just kind of it being representative of this early sense that my parents couldn't see me well enough or couldn't understand my needs well enough to truly take care of me. So even though, again, my parents always provided for my physical needs and I was safe in that situation, it was like part of this growing sense of like, something's like a bit off here in terms of like parenting,
Yeah. Okay.
So anyway, that's just one piece. But in terms of what I was like as a young child, a big part of me being an only child, obviously loneliness can be a big thing there. And I didn't have parents who were like I'd say my dad more so than my mum, but my mum especially is not like a kid person. She's not necessarily like someone that, naturally bonds well with children. They did okay. But I really, as a kid, I formed a lot of, I guess it's similar to like an imaginary friend, but basically I transferred onto my stuffed animals a lot. Like it wasn't, it was real to me, like my teddy, my first teddy that my dad brought me when I was born in the hospital, like he was my best friend. And like, it was a very real relationship to me. And I had so many teddies. Like every time I would go over to my grandparents' house, because they lived nearby, I would bring like 3 giant bin bags of teddies with me and like line them all up in this double bed. Anyway, so that was and I find that interesting just because when children don't have their needs met, they find ways to have their needs met. And it's kind of beautiful, It is
beautiful.
I was able to create what I didn't have socially in these like kind of imaginary friendships with my stuffed animals. I have another memory of being like 7, also on holiday in Spain or somewhere that English people go. And I carried my teddy, he was called Teddy, everywhere with me. And he accidentally got left on this like bus and went to the other side of the island and was just kind of like gone forever. And to their credit, my parents like knew how much Teddy meant to me. And they spent, I don't know, probably hours like calling the bus company, and ultimately were able to find Teddy and like return him to me. And that it was like, I was about to have to process the death of a sibling. Like that's how serious it was. But luckily me and Teddy were reunited.
That's great.
Anyway, that's what came to mind when you asked me about my childhood.
Yeah, that is so tender. This idea of, on some level, even if it's unconscious, feeling this sense of aloneness, and then finding a way within your control to create a relationship with something so that you feel less alone in that environment.
Yeah, and I
incredibly
wonder if I
resourceful.
would have grown up religious, whether I would have projected that onto, the idea of Jesus or God or something like that. And I look back and I think stuffed animals was a very healthy sort of way to transfer, because you sort of naturally evolve out of it at a certain time.
Yeah,
And there's no sort of
yes.
remnants of, I don't know, having a bunch of dogmatic, bigoted beliefs.
Yeah, it's like age appropriate.
Yeah.
Right? As
Yeah.
opposed to having some adult themed
Yeah.
like programming
And like,
come over.
Teddies are not, they're not authoritarian. They're not trying to tell you what to do. They're just there to be a friend,
Yeah, they're there
So it's
for what
kind of
you,
like the
whatever you
perfect
need.
projection.
Yes, I love that so much. Yeah.
This is a great time to ask, I think, like the United States is kind of moving in a secular direction, but it's still overwhelmingly religious right now. And when you look at like the numbers in Western Europe, it's reversed. Most people are secular there. So I'm wondering, did your parents have a religious upbringing? How was God and Jesus and faith or the Anglican Church or any religion discussed in your upbringing? I'm just dying to hear.
Yeah, so not a very religious upbringing. My parents were both, probably atheist, like maybe agnostic. They would both make jokes about Jesus and Christianity. Religion was kind of like a subject for derision for the most part. And I had a little bit of Christianity in my school, in my primary school. I remember we'd have a vicar come in now and then, would tell us like a little story about Jesus. And maybe we would occasionally, at Christmas we would sing kind of Christian songs, It's still like in the culture. And if you asked, I think I remember when I was younger asking my mum, like, what religion are we? For like filling out some form. And she was like, just put Church of England. But she wasn't, she didn't believe that Jesus was born of a virgin or anything like that. So yeah, pretty atheist upbringing. I also went to Brownies when I was a kid, which has religious overtones, undertones. And so I would go to the occasional church service for that to get brownie points, I don't remember why you were supposed to collect brownie points, but yeah, it was very much like for the points,
I have this dark saying that I developed doing retreats that it's kind of like a joke. What do you call children of secular parents? And then I pause and I say cult fodder.
Yeah, I can see it.
Because there's so many people leaving Mormonism now and other high demand religions who they think, oh, now I'm good. I've left a high demand religion and now I just need to raise my kids in a secular way. And for the rest of my posterity, for eternity, I'm going to have a secular posterity. But I don't think it works that way.
Well, yeah, a lot of humans are vulnerable to joining cults. And if you're raised without an ideology, there's definitely like the potential for a group to swoop in and fill that vacuum. But it wasn't common for people like me to join cults. Like, it was very weird that I did that. And I don't know anyone else who like joined a religion like Mormonism from, my circle of people growing up. So yeah, people are, you can always be vulnerable because it's like religion was not even enough of a thing for my parents to be kind of worried either way. Like, they weren't worried if I went to a Christian church for brownies and like picked up some Christian teachings. It didn't really matter to them either way, which does leave that potential there. And that small amount of exposure that I had to Christianity like did sink in a little bit. Like, I remember every now and then when things were bad, I would like lie in my bed at night and say a prayer just in case. And I knew in my mind it was like a just in case prayer. But I would say my psyche did have like a light undertone of Christianity there, just because that was kind of the only religion I'd been exposed to. But then I also thought I didn't think that there was a man called Jesus who was born of a virgin, and so it was just kind of a little bit of a hodgepodge in my brain.
So if you were unique, I'm dying to hear what it was about you or your upbringing that made your decisions different than what your peers would have been.
We will get to that.
Yeah.
Yes, we will.
Stay tuned
but
for
still,
that.
we're in childhood. I think what I maybe would like to do is just pause and invite anyone listening or watching to kind of take care, because I do feel like I am going to ask questions around childhood trauma a little bit. Yeah. I think we may get into eating disorder conversations as well. So that's just an invitation to take good care, take breaks, leave, stop the recording as needed. We care about you. But also, I think these conversations are important to have. And I don't think you're alone in experiencing these types of trauma, pain, suffering as a child too. So
yeah, definitely.
So, okay. So what I'm hearing so far is a bit of fear of safety in your own home. Mm-hmm. Is that right? Young.
Yeah.
That's starting young.
Yeah. And I would actually say it maybe like entered an OCD level for me because, well, as a younger child, like under 10, I mean, it went on after that too, but like I think all of my fears got channeled into these like specific, kind of like unreasonable fear. Like, for example, I had a period where I was very scared of there being a fire at night. And so my parents like put a phone in my bedroom to try and be like, well, if there's a fire, you can call the fire brigade. And, you know, like they did what they could. And so I just remember that being a fixation for a while. Like there's going to be a fire in the night and I'm not going to be safe. And I think the reality was that the domestic violence that would happen in my home would happen after dark. And so going to sleep was a huge thing for me my whole childhood. I really struggled with being able to fall asleep.
That so makes sense.
Yeah. So for a while it was that I would have these intrusive, scary images as I was falling asleep of just I don't know, some monster I'd seen on a show that we watched at school. I remember that would come to me like every single night and I wouldn't be able to sleep because I would have these intrusive thoughts. I can't even remember all the different ones. I remember when we were learning about World War II in school when I was in like year 3 or year 4, which is kind of wild that at 7 or 8 you're learning about such intense things. But I remember I got really scared of there being a plane that would fly over and bomb the house, you know. So it just got channeled into whatever made sense in my little kid brain at the time. But going to sleep was a massive thing for me. I actually, well, this is a vulnerable admission, but my parents separated when I was about 10. But until I was about, I think like 14, I would sleep in my mum's bed with her because I was so scared of going to sleep. It was such a complex I had my whole life. And even before they separated, my dad would go on business trips a lot. And so when he was away, I would always sleep with my mum. It was very scary for me to be alone at night and to, yeah. And in hindsight, it's because it's scary to be alone with your thoughts when you're a traumatized kid.
Yep.
And you don't have a sibling you can like, you know, play with in the dark, chat to, yeah, even take your feelings out on, you know, there's ways that siblings can sort of show up for each other in, you know, just whatever ways their psyche sees fit, but at least there's not that loneliness.
Yeah.
But yeah, sleep was a very big deal for me.
That so makes sense. Even when you think about sleep, this idea of like what happens in order for you to go to sleep, you have to, on some level, animals are like this. Like you don't go to sleep unless you feel safe. Yeah. Like it's an act of faith to go to sleep. It's sort of like, I don't think anything's going to harm me. And it makes sense as a child. There's no read on that. If there's this sense of like bad things happen at night in my house, they're beyond my control. And then it sounds like that fear of safety, of course, it goes everywhere. It's all the things that could happen, right?
Yeah.
To kind of interrupt that sense of safety.
It's like my nervous system learned at an early age, like this is a time when anything could happen. And it would, you know, the things that would happen would very much be like life or death. Like there would be times where I would like run to the phone as a child and try and call the police to be like, come save me, essentially. My grandmother actually lived, my dad's parents, those grandparents lived like 2 streets away from us. They were great grandparents, really. My grandma especially was a major, like reparative or I don't know, healing force in my life, someone to sort of counterbalance the trauma. She was one of the few adults in my early childhood that knew how to truly like hold a child safely emotionally. And sometimes I would have to run to the phone and call her and she would come over and diffuse the situation with my parents. But then my parents kind of got wise to me doing that and would disconnect the phone. And we are just getting into it in this interview.
Yes.
Do you want to share her name or would you rather not, your grandma's
Her name was Georgina.
Georgina?
Georgina, like the power of, I think, a presence like that in a situation. Like it's, yeah. So look, going back to sort of your coping during the time, because you're a child now in this environment where it sounds like, highly charged, intense relations are going on, conflict is going on. What do you remember? So you've mentioned already, I would try to get help. So you would call. Do you remember what else you would do when you felt scared? Like, did you hide? Did you try to, do you remember, was it like avoid? I need to rescue myself. I'm going to go get under the bed, or I try to stop it, or do you remember? And it's okay if you don't. I was just curious, you're coping with something so large, so beyond a child at that age, like what you noticed about yourself when you kind of were like, help, what do I do? How do I cope?
So I think in the really intense, active conflict situations that felt life or death, it was a mix of the running to the phone. And also there was only one room in our house that had a lock, and it was our upstairs bathroom. So my go-to when things kicked off was get to that bathroom, because that's the only room with a lock. So that was kind of like a safer space. Yeah, that's all I can remember from, because there's the times of active conflict, but then most of the trauma is kind of just the day-to-day.
Yeah.
You don't even realize you're carrying it around, and you don't realize that you're hypervigilant, and that's why you're, becoming this little manic OCD kid who's projecting onto everything.
Yeah.
But but in terms of coping, there's so many things I could mention. Food was a massive coping thing for me.
And was it as a child, or was that more in your teen? So it emerged when you were still young.
Yeah, I think probably from even when I was 3 or 4, I started using food as a coping mechanism. And I think it's part of it is that's the way my mum would try and sort of show up for me as a mother. I think motherhood is a lot. And my mum, again, tried her best, but I think not everyone is cut out to be the most nurturing mother, with the most perfect parenting skills. And I think one way that my mum felt able to show love, or, one of a mother's core responsibilities is to feed her child. And I think it's not uncommon for mothers that maybe lack other parenting skills to sort of overemphasize the feeding thing, because it's a tangible, achievable thing that can always be done. So I feel like that was a way that my mum would try to show me love, would be feeding me more than I needed as a child, or, these indulgent things that my dad would be she shouldn't eat that because that's unhealthy, or she shouldn't eat that much because she'll get sick, whatever. And also just being an only child, my parents were both into pub culture in the UK. I think before they had me, they would go to beer festivals a lot. And even as a kid, I would go to beer festivals a lot with them. And I would just kind of be planted with a bag of crisps, and that there would be nothing to do, except for just kind of be there with my parents. That's why I always was so envious of people that had siblings, because, if you're in a pub with a sibling, you can be 2 kids playing together. But it was just, a lot of my childhood was quite boring because of being an only child. I'd just be at the pub with my parents, and there'll be nothing to do except eat crisps.
Right.
So I think and if I went over to, because I'm from a small family generally, I only have 2 first cousins, and they lived far away my whole childhood. So if I went over to any, my grandparents' house, my mum's parents, for example, who were not really kid people, I'd be just planted in front of the TV with a bag of crisps. So I have a lot of memories of just being planted somewhere with a bag of crisps. And to this day, I have a very emotional attachment to crisps.
And to be clear, crisps are potato chips.
Yeah.
and chips are French fries. Is that right?
Yes. Yes. This is such an interesting interview compared to other Mormon stories. I've done what's coming up and what's coming out. It's just so random and very vulnerable, but also feels fine.
And trivial.
Yeah.
And silly.
Not trivial,
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for going into the depth you are going into. I know it's probably, it's not an easy thing. It does, however, I feel like allow for a sense of understanding of like what I'm hearing is a lot of loneliness, like this sense of just feeling incredibly alone with some teddies, but still profoundly alone, really unseen, like this sort of idea of being a child and being an entity with your own feelings, preferences, needs, all that largely not seen or acknowledged. Is that true, or am I jumping to that?
Yeah, very true. And I think we all as children are unseen to varying degrees. I would say being an only child of two people that weren't necessarily, some people, all parents have, strengths and weaknesses, but some people are just more cut out for parenthood than others. And the fact that my parents' relationship was so bad was a big factor in the fact that they weren't able to parent well. In a lot of ways, but not in all ways. They did a good job in some ways. But yeah, like as a child, it's like when you're starting to get a sense of what you're expected to be. And I feel like for everyone, there's always a gap between what you're expected to be and what you naturally are. And so that's when the ego is formed, right? You start wearing these certain masks to be around, let's say, your parents or the world, because you're picking up on the fact that that's what's expected of you. Like it's not okay to be authentic in this way or in this way. And so it's when you're really like creating your kind of false persona for the world. Because I feel like that's the ego. We go through life with sort of, there's usually some kind of difference between like what's going on for us inside and the face that we wear publicly, externally. And so, and I think the best parents are parents who are able to really like see their children and see like what's going on for them and not just kind of like try and stuff them into this box as if like, if we can just get them to be in that box, then they'll be okay. And then we'll be doing a good job as parents. Like that is not good parenting, but that is what most of our parents like thought, and it's not their fault, but so it's like, if you're my parents parenting me in the 90s, you think, well, a good child is this, this, and this. And so if we can just get her to be that somehow, or as much of that as possible, then like that's sort of the main measure of our success, when really there's like, and so because of that, they're sort of blinded to like, well, she has all these dysfunctions forming and there's ways that she's not okay, it's like and I think part of it is like they didn't necessarily like want to see that as well. It's like they would respond to everything with kids like gets seen through the lens of good and bad behavior a lot of the time, which I hate.
So true.
And so we'll get angry at children for like having emotional outbursts, but it's like it's your job as a parent to teach your kids how to emotionally regulate themselves, and you need to be like the vehicle for that because they're young. So you need to be holding their emotions and showing them what to do with them. And so much of the time, like kids are treated like they're bad because they don't know how to emotionally regulate, because their parents don't know how to emotionally regulate.
That's right.
And then it's not the parents' fault either, because their parents didn't know how to emotionally regulate. So I early on, I sort of got this sense that I was like a bad kid, like I was a good student, but I wasn't like socially appropriate in all the ways I should be. And again, I think part of that is being an only child and not being around other children as much as like other children would be who had siblings.
Yeah. So do you think, I'm curious about this, if we dropped in and just kind of saw a bit of your life and how you showed up, like what you kind of, would we see, you kind of said earlier, it was boring. It was like a very, because you didn't have this sense of like a sibling to like imaginary play with, or, whatever. And I'm curious if you did that on your own, if you like, you kind of alluded to stuffed animals being that they came alive for you, and maybe, you had that sense, which I really relate to, and I think is really beautiful. But yeah, I'm kind of curious about, like, we drop into your childhood and it's a normal day. Is it kind of like you going to school? Like, just kind of bring me through it. And even in school, like, are you showing up when you say you're not a good, you're showing up in ways that are whatever, not ideal, or being labeled as, you know, you're a good student, but not super. Is that because of emotions? Is that because of just kind of fill in and color that piece, if you don't mind?
Yeah, you know, it's a mixed bag, and I don't want to paint a picture of just having the worst childhood ever, because it was very, there was good things about it and there were bad things about it. So I generally liked school, and I was like pretty, as a young child, I don't think I was shy. I think I was socially awkward and didn't really know how to connect with other kids at school the way that, like, I never really fit in, and it was like quite a struggle for me to make friends, especially in primary school, so up to about 11. I would kind of have to sort of scam my way into kids playing with me on the playground, and I was like quite a loner, and I would occasionally a group would accept me for a little bit of time, and then I think like eventually I would weird them out in some way, it'd be too much, and then I would kind of be ousted from the group. But I don't remember being like devastated about it or being, you know, on the playground just so upset. It was just kind of like, this is the game of life, what we got to do, you know? But in terms of my day-to-day life, I mean, one sort of good thing that came from everything was I was a voracious reader.
Yeah.
So a lot of my, even at like 7 or 8, I was reading so much. So that was a big part of, you know, there's a high likelihood if you drop down in my childhood at any point, I'd just be reading.
Yeah.
But yeah, I generally enjoyed school. I really like thrived in the school system. I really appreciated like the structure and the safety of school, because at school, even if you got in trouble, you're never fearing for your life. And so, you know, it's like, do your work, stick to the rules. I kind of got this sense from a young age that like home is scary and unsafe.
Yep.
And I didn't like really talk about that to anyone outside of my home, I don't think. Not often, at least. Because as a kid, you just kind of internalize it as like, oh, there's like something wrong with me, or like people shouldn't know about this because, you know, shame, I suppose. But school was a very like safe place. So yeah, I thrived in school because of that, because of the structure. And sorry if I'm sort of repeating myself.
No, that makes sense. So if we were going to kind of, are there any sort of wounds that you identify sort of, I think we've already kind of done that a little bit. So safety being one, right? Would you say that? Not kind of feeling safe anywhere. And then the coping that emerges from that, where you're like looking for now danger everywhere to identify to be safe. Are there any wounds that you sense kind of you carry with you that you want to note before we move into sort of your teen years, and kind of how all of this is showing up as you get a bit older?
Well, what I'll say is, as a young child, I kind of felt like my mum was the good guy and my dad was the bad guy, which is not how I see it now, and is not like an accurate assessment of the situation. But it was like, kind of like my mum can do no wrong, and then my dad is like the scary force in my life. And my dad is, he has an avoidant attachment style, if I had to guess. So I definitely felt that throughout childhood. Like I always had this sense of like, oh, he doesn't love me that much, but everything I say kind of comes with a caveat, because it's like I also have a lot of really good memories with my dad, where he'd take me swimming or take me on bike rides. So again, I don't want to paint this picture of my parents as just horrible and atrocious, you know. There were ways where they really shined, and like I value those memories with my dad of him, you know, showing up for me, playing with me. I think my dad was the more playful parent and like more able to be like age appropriate than my mum, who I think just kind of doesn't really get kids that well. But my dad, I think, had more of a sense of like, you know, what a kid needs. It's all relative.
Yeah, I hear that. And it is all complicated, right?
Yeah.
So, and stories are complicated, and what ways, like we weigh things, I think, emotionally in different ways too. And that can change as we grow and kind of process. So it is all tricky, and we're trying to put words to things that are, so we'll just hold that with what we're doing. But what I'm hearing in that is a little bit coming out of childhood, your child brain is kind of feeling like mom's more of a victim, dad's more of the perpetrator. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think there's another thing a lot of people can relate to when you have parents that go through a divorce. It's common for them to vilify each other, which is really the worst thing you can do. I really respect Kim Kardashian for, in her divorce with Kanye West, she'll never speak badly about him because she knows that one day her kids are going to see that. And Kanye doesn't do that. And that was just something I thought was tender watching the Kardashians recently. But yeah, it messes you up as a kid hearing your parents vilify each other. And because my mum became my primary parent because my parents' separation was kind of like a slow, it wasn't like a clear line of like one day dad's here, the next day he's not. It was like he'd be gone for longer at a time, or, it's more of a process. But I was definitely being sort of, manipulated feels like a strong word, but being coached to basically see my mum as the victim and my dad as the villain, when the reality is like more complex. And, you know, I don't think there necessarily is a victim and a villain in my parents' dynamic. But
did that at all come from, did you feel safer yourself with your mom than your dad from what you had seen? And is that why that, or is there really... And that's okay if it didn't play out that way, if it had to do with your relationship with, or is it just complicated? And that's okay.
I think as an early child, my mum did feel a lot safer. And also my mum was felt like, I think, more of a stable presence.
Yes.
Whereas my dad was kind of all over the place. Yes. My dad also went through a lot of mental health stuff when I was young. Which I probably shouldn't share just because I feel like that's his thing to share, but some intense stuff was going on with him because of his much, much worse childhood trauma. So that's a whole mess Yeah, so that makes total sense to me. If when you're talking about, you have happy memories, you have these happy moments with your dad, but then you also have these other moments that are intense and disturbing and more violent, right? That's hard to process, right? Especially as a child, because it's inconsistent. And as a child, sometimes you feel like you can't really figure it out. You can't figure out when they're going to be what. And so it's just dangerous. Right? Until you can kind of have this, we so want to make rhythm and to understand what it is that, versus even if you have a low grade but stable, I'm not saying this is your mom, but a disconnected but it's its own thing, right? But stability is something that notes a child oftentimes to be able to predict and feel safe. Like at least you know what it is. Does that make sense? I think sometimes mums have an easier time with nurturing children. Kind of, I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, there's pros and cons of both my parents, but I do feel like sometimes women are just more naturally geared towards bringing that sort of stable energy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Because I feel like both of my parents were just kind of thrown into a parenting situation that they weren't prepared for, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm hearing sort of some of your needs really not being met. I'm hearing a lot of trauma, like you having to hold a lot of emotions, a lot of violence at a very young age.
Yeah, and there was also a lot of like me knowing things as a child that I shouldn't have known, like things that were way too intense for a child to carry. And my parents sort of using me as a weapon in that way. Like, my mum telling me something my dad had done that was not appropriate for me to know.
Oh.
And then again, as an only child, you have no one to share that with. No, there's no like
buffer.
Yeah, so you just swallow everything so completely, and there's not any other person there to be like, mom and dad are like being crazy right now, right? Yes. Like this is scary. It's just kind of like
You're absorbing
you just internalize
everything.
it all as like, somehow it's my fault, or, you know.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. So it also sounds like, clearly from the violence, a lack of boundaries, but also in other ways with treating you, and your brain and your position and being a child, not as a child, but oftentimes like a peer where they tell things to you and using you as well. And so
definitely
also just a lot of, Yeah.
Again, it's just wild how anyone can have a child, and we sort of rely on culture to sort of give us most of our parenting lessons. And I'm sure my parents read a few books and stuff, but people generally don't, study like their life depends on it because they're having a kid, or I don't think my parents did. And so again, it's so easy to just not know that like what you're saying is going to really mess a child up for a long time. It's not coming from this place of like spite or it's not coming from a bad place. It's just, we have historically just got such bad parenting advice. I mean, it was like only in my grandparents' era where I feel like it was still commonplace to kind of, not hug your kids too much because that might make them wusses or whatever, and they'll be pushovers or they won't be strong or whatever that is. So it's like we just all come from such a long line of bad parenting. Yeah. But it's, it's not like my two civil servant parents, they're just like absorbing what culture's telling them. In their minds, they're feeding me, I'm clothed, they get me to school on time, they make sure I do my homework, so you can see how there's potential for so much trauma without the parents having a knowledge of that. And then also I think it's hard when parents are in a very volatile relationship and trying to make it work, and they're dealing with their own stuff from their relationship, and then there's also a kid involved. That's such a hard thing to navigate because there's an amount that I think my parents were seeing, like she's kind of a little bit, she's having a lot of emotional outbursts and things she's doing are strange, but you don't want to, how much guilt can you really take on without crippling yourself? Like as a parent, you don't want to accept maybe how much you might be affecting your child. It's easier to just be like, well, her main needs are taken care of, and she,
That's right.
I think I understand why parents want to sort of like diminish the impact they might be having through like their kids witnessing these horrible things, and because like they're just trying to like juggle all these things that in an environment where like they were sold this idea of marriage and parenting that is not accurate. And so like they don't have communication skills in their own relationship or in life. They don't know how to confront their own emotions, let alone to emotionally self-regulate. Like they don't know any of this stuff. But suddenly you're like responsible for a new human, and you're like wiring, you're writing the code of their brain with every day. That's a lot,
Exactly. I wish if there was one thing we could wish a million things, but I wish it was normalized, culturally, that humans do a good deal of processing themselves and their lives before having children. This idea of just like, we're not just children, and then we grow up and then we're kind of hitting a place where we want to connect with someone, and we can talk about even getting processing before you're really overly connecting with people in a, really devoted, but like doing that work before you ever bring human beings. Yeah.
Another just tidbit of my story is my parents got married when I was 1. I'm sure because they got pregnant. I don't know. I don't actually know all the details, but so it wasn't like they were in this like marriage they'd been in for a while and then decided to have a kid. Yeah. It was like they had one and then they tried to make it work.
Yeah. Yep. Would you mind just taking a minute? You had brought up your grandmother, and I think it's so important in these places where, there's a lot of darkness in childhood, a lot of things beyond children's control, feeling loved by someone, feeling seen by someone, and having a resource for that. Will you just tell me a little bit about it? Did you say, was it Georgina?
Yeah.
A little bit about her and what you... And we can touch on this later too, because I know this is kind of part of, but what you felt from her and what it gave you.
Yeah, so my grandma was just this overwhelmingly loving presence in my life. The way I would describe her is like, well, she was a vegan for 30 years, which I feel like is a fun piece of information before it was trendy. And she was very like gentle, still, intentional, just a very like calming energy in the family, and always the person in the family that's trying to mediate and bring people together and like get people to realize like, you guys love each other, stop with this. And I mean, and she went through an enormous amount of trauma from, being alive at a time when you had to stay married to abusive men. And that's a whole story. Again, it's hard to know what to say because you never want to tell your other people's stories. For them.
Mm-hmm.
And it is tender because I feel like other than my cousin, it kind of feels like I'm, one of the only people in the family that's really like looked at all this to the, like, with the microscope. It's interesting being like the first person in a family to be kind of
conscious,
piecing things together and being like, hey guys, like, are you seeing what's happening here? Are you seeing like what the situation is with our family? And I love my family. And again, none of this is a criticism of them. I just think it's like chance who has the resources and circumstances in life to kind of be able to take stock of everything and figure out how it all fits together. Because I think it's like most of us don't want to do that because it's painful, and we have all these mechanisms in our brain to stop us from looking at things, and people are just trying to survive from one day to the next. They're not trying to look at all their trauma. I think in British culture and in my family, there's very much a sense of like, you don't need to like look at the bad, we just kind of need to keep our chin up. And British culture is pretty unemotional generally in a lot of ways. I feel like it's a sort of a stereotype that Americans, they all have a therapist, and Americans are all about feelings, and they're also like,
interesting,
friendly and smiley, and British culture is just not really like that. It's very much like a bit cringe if you're too emotional or too vulnerable. And I feel like my whole healing experience, I wonder if it would have been possible in the UK. Like I feel like so much good has come from me living in America just because of the way that not to say that America has a handle on mental health, because it doesn't, but I do think there's, just the fact that therapists are more ubiquitous and stuff like that. What were we talking about?
That makes sense. Well, thank you for sharing that a little bit about your grandmother. So if we move kind of into you as a teen now, so did you mention that your parents got divorced at 10 or
like
so?
Somewhere, I think it was around 12
or
officially,
12,
but I think by 10, my dad was like not really living with us. So between like 10 and 12, that process was happening.
Okay, so you kind of talked about as a child being good at school, right? And but also socially feeling this sense of like, I don't know how you would describe it, but just sort of being different in the world, in your connections with people, and feeling sometimes othered in situations, or that aloneness of at home sometimes following you into some of your social kind of contexts at school. If can you follow us through your teen years and maybe even the coping that starts emerging? Because we have coping as children, and we also are really limited in how we cope as children. I think some of the larger, we start to see things really oftentimes in the teens and 20s. I don't know if you agree with that, but what starts emerging coping wise? Who are you? What's your identity? What are your, how do we find you as a teen?
Okay, so secondary school, which starts at around 11 in England and goes to 16. I started to have more close friends because basically my mum is best friends with a group of women, and all of us kids just were good friends. So it was like a convenience friendship, but a really good one. Another element of my childhood is that until I was 11, from about 2 to 11, my best friend, who I was born next to in hospital, we were born a day apart, her mum was my childminder. So for a lot of my childhood, she was looking after me because my parents both worked.
Okay.
She was also a very like healing, balancing force. And I think all the social skills I do have or did have like probably came from her. Like I think she was a good counterbalance to sort of the craziness of my home. It was like I went to this home a lot and it was more stable and safe and normal and healthy, and there was laughter in the home, and you know, it wasn't just, my home felt very like morose and like there was just like this dark,
heaviness,
grim energy all the time. But this was like a, you know, a lighter home with multiple kids. So anyway, grew up with that best friend, and she was one of my best friends throughout high school, along with some of our other friends, again, all within this like little group that my mum was friends with. And then, so that was good for me, just having like a more stable friendship group, not having to like scam my way into social situations on the playground.
Yeah.
But going into secondary school was when I started to get bullied really badly for being overweight. Primary school, there'd been like a little bit of that, you know, but it was generally just that I was an outsider because I was just, I think, a bit of a weirdo. But then at secondary school, it was very much like, we hate you because you're fat, you know, and it was mainly a group of boys in my class who would bully me a lot. But it was kind of like, it was pretty widespread, like among, I felt like sort of everyone in my year group knew me as like, I don't know, like I felt like Sam Shelley was like a slur. Like it was just like a name that people knew was like to be mocked. I don't know.
That's
the best
really
way I can describe
painful.
it.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, I started dealing with bullying a lot, and it kind of carried over to my friends as well. Like they would get bullied, I think, because of me. I mean, maybe they, you know, boys are mean at that age and maybe it would have happened regardless, but it kind of felt like I was kind of like the center point. But then because they associated with me, they would get bullied. So me and 3 of those friends, we all had to stop taking the school bus together because the boys would like throw things at us and like bully us so badly.
Wow.
So, which did suck, but it was, I don't know, I think because I had like this group of friends, which was not like this perfect, healthy group of friends, you know, like young girls are.
But now you you're not alone.
It's like I wasn't alone. So again, it didn't feel like the bullying got to me that much. There were definitely times where it did, but I wasn't like the archetype of a bullied person who was sort of like cowering in the corner all the time. I think I sort of still maintained this like weird confidence, and like I would like, you know, bite back at the bullies and like, you know, try and give good comebacks and stuff and act like I was okay with it in a way. But yeah, it was kind of just like this obstacle of like whatever new classroom I went into, because, you know, you have different classes with different people. It was like,
what will you find?
Yeah, it was like I was going in like at a disadvantage. Like people knew it like wasn't cool to like me, I suppose is like a way you could describe it. But I also really enjoyed school, and it didn't like kill my enthusiasm for my classes really. If anything, it probably just made me channel my energy harder into succeeding in school. So again, like a mixed bag. Like I don't remember being bullied as it was traumatic, but it wasn't as traumatic as like my home life had been.
Yeah.
So, but I would get in trouble for sort of situations related to bullies. So like one time I hit a boy on the head with a rolling pin in a cooking class when I was like 13. Another time I got an instant slip for hitting a boy with a ruler. So I had that like instinct to fight back, but it got me in trouble sometimes.
Okay. Yeah. You have experienced just a lot, I feel like, here's what I'll say, of just repeated situations of just where safety, you know, your own personal safety was not secure.
Yeah.
Did you have safe spaces? Was academia a safe space? Like, what were your safe spaces and were you able to cultivate any, especially as a teen? And if so, what were they?
Yeah, so school was generally safe, and I don't think there was much like physical bullying because it was mostly boys that would bully me.
So emotional, more like...
I think if I'd been a boy, then those boys would have been violent. But I think then there was maybe like a little, there were elements of physical violence, but it was mostly emotional, which I don't know. I think I just had a thick skin by that point. So it didn't bother me that much. And especially because it was a thing that bonded me with my friends.
Yeah.
Like screw them. That didn't necessarily get to me too much. So school did feel like a safe space. It wasn't like I was worried about showing up and getting beaten up or anything.
Yeah.
And, teachers were good generally. Teachers were aware that I was being bullied and they would like try to sort of step in where they could, but there's only so much you can do. So school was a safe place. My friends' houses were safe spaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by this point, because my dad had moved out, my home was sometimes a safe space, As I came more into my teenage years, my relationship with my mum got a lot harder and more volatile, but it wasn't too bad. I had my own room I could retreat to, and reading I think was a big escapist safe space thing.
That's right.
So I'd always be able to escape into a book.
Do you remember what books you were drawn to at that age by chance?
I remember when I was like 14, I read this book called 1,000 Splendid Suns.
Wow.
And I
at 14.
loved it.
Woo. Yes.
I know, just because I think I would just burn through books because I had nothing else to do.
That's a powerful book.
I know, and I wonder how much I even understood it at that age. I mean, I just remember it being powerful though.
Very powerful.
I don't know, I'd read all sorts. I never was really that drawn to like fantasy. It would usually be more... I would read a lot of like chick lit, meant for adults as like a young teen.
Yeah.
Or stuff that's more like emotional, psychological than necessarily fantasy. Although I did love, like Harry Potter and his Dark Materials, I think it was, and all those books. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's fun. Thank you.
Yeah. So a good amount of safe spaces is what I'm saying, which I think makes a difference.
Yeah. Yeah. And at this point, culturally, just a note, because, I feel like American culture during like right now is very fat phobic. We have a very fat.
Oh yeah.
How is England?
So fat phobic in the 90s
similar?
and the 2000s. Yeah. Every, oh God, there were so many tabloid newspapers, magazines, just like every magazine and newspaper, it felt like. Every week it would be like a zoom in on a celebrity's cellulite, or like, look how much weight this celebrity has gained. Or on TV, there would be so many shows like Super Size versus Super Skinny, where they swap a fat person and a skinny person's diet. And there's so much fat. It was just rampant fat shaming. And it's through the lens of health, that's always kind of like the mask that fat phobia will take.
Yep.
But it was brutal, absolutely brutal. And it was very much the era of like Nicole Richie, Paris Hilton, like being as underweight as possible was aspirational.
Yes.
So yeah, it was bad. My mum was on Weight Watchers. I actually went to Weight Watchers myself when I was like 12. They just like let me come to the meetings and I would like do the program, but I wasn't like officially a member. And I remember having a period where I got really into like the points tracking system.
Yeah.
So yeah, definitely started trying to lose weight at a young age. But then also food was my coping mechanism. So that was tough to straddle.
Got it. And if we were going to look at the ways that you kind of coped as a teen with the pain or suffering or stress that you feel, what would you say about that? What was your coping during those years, if you can kind of identify?
I mean, I think I spent as much time with friends as possible, which I think was a healthy impulse, because that was, recognizing like I'm safe when I'm with friends. At home, everything, again, it just felt darker in my home. But it's like I led these two lives, if I was at a friend's, I'm bubbly, I'm creative, I'm playful, we're laughing. Not that I didn't have like my social weaknesses, but it's pretty normal and fun. So I think that was a healthy coping mechanism. Being obsessed with school was a healthy coping mechanism, I think. reading. So a lot of healthy coping mechanisms. Now that I'm saying it out loud, this interview is so interesting to me because it's like I'm observing what's coming out of my mouth. It's like, oh, that's so interesting that's the piece that came to you in this moment.
Yeah.
But I think food was like the big sort of less healthy coping mechanism. And I think as I started getting into being a teenager, once I started secondary school, I just feel like because you have more control over what you eat.
Yeah.
It took on like another level of like binge eating and just really turning to food for comfort. And I didn't obviously know at the time I was turning to food for comfort. I just thought I really liked food, and for some reason everyone else didn't like food as much as me. And yeah. But I mean, that's all I'm thinking of right now in terms of coping mechanisms.
And so when you if we were going to think about, which I know this may work or this may not work, but kind of this idea of your eating disorder in particular, was it born, it probably had you kind of say it's been with you in some form or another kind of through, but was it born in teen years or was it later? Or like, as you kind of, how would you talk about it, I guess, is what I would say.
So I would say I had some like binge eating tendencies from when I was a young child, but I would say once I entered secondary school, like 12, 13 was when my attempts to lose weight started. And so that's kind of the birthplace of it. But in the beginning, it's just kind of, I'm trying to lose weight. I'm doing what these Weight Watchers magazines say to do or whatever. And I would say it wasn't until I was like 15, 16 that it became, that's when I had this moment where I was like, I am going to lose weight. Like this has to change. Because in my brain, all of my problems were because I was fat. Like that was the reason everyone hated me. That was the reason I'd never been, I think probably on some subconscious level, I like related everything in my life that had been bad to that. Because I remember even when I was a young kid, like I have a memory of being 4. I feel like I've told this on like 3 different podcasts for some reason. But being 4 years old and my dad being like, what do you want to be when you're older? And I said, a ballet dancer. And he said, well, you have to be thin if you want to be a ballet dancer. So I think I was probably starting to gain weight maybe at 4. And that was, and my dad's very health conscious. So I know it came from a good place, but obviously wasn't valuable or helpful. But yeah, I think I kind of always associated being like a bad kid or an unlovable kid with being fat, because partly it was true. Like even the way adults would treat me as like a 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old was different. Like my friends would be treated differently because they were like small and cute. And even adults have a hard time like empathizing, especially because these adults have internalized diet culture and like fat phobia. And like even the way they would treat me as a child was different because I was fat.
That's right.
So it's like I was picking up on truths in the culture. But yeah, I think I just had this mindset at 15, 16, like this has to change because all my problems in life are because I'm fat. And so that's when I went on like a really relentless campaign to lose weight. And I lost a lot of weight and became like kind of underweight. And so that was sort of like the start of what I would consider like a real eating disorder. Although to be honest, it's like I'd had disordered eating my whole life. It just merged in what form it took. So yeah. That was when I got good at restriction. Was like
so the restriction kind of part started when you were a teen. Okay.
Yeah.
And just really quickly, so that's a form of coping.
Yeah.
Right. And so in looking at that, what would you say the eating disorder gave you or relieved you of?
Well, I mean, it did boost my, it's everything's such a paradox sometimes, but it did boost my self-esteem getting thin. Because like popular girls at school would be like, oh my God, you look so thin. Like, how did you do it? And, girls that probably wouldn't have spoke to me before. And, I obviously couldn't be bullied for being fat anymore, which made me feel powerful, like I've shed this, like you can't bully me for being fat anymore. I'm not.
Right.
But
so empowered in a way, because you kind of changed it's like, I did narrative. This.
Yeah. And especially in the beginning, like it's so, it's very enticing, like feeling like you have control over like this fundamental urge to like eat and going, you know, much further than you should in restricting, like, does make you feel powerful.
Yeah.
But then I think because obviously losing weight doesn't heal any of your trauma and doesn't, you know, it's not actually fixing anything except for like this small piece of the puzzle, which is like being bullied for being fat. And I would say by the time I was 15, 16, like the bullying had kind of tapered off anyway. Just because I feel like people had better things to do. And also I was like more segregated. In England, they like segregate you a lot according to like ability in school. So I felt like the people that bullied me the most weren't really in my classes anymore. So that had kind of died down, but you know, it's still like lingered that I had this like reputation as being the fat girl.
Yeah.
But what did it give me? I think it's hard for me, like when I was, you know, had become thin, it was like, well, I still don't feel good, so I need to be thinner. And everything just got channeled into you need to be thinner, and that's the thing that's going to make things better.
Yeah.
Which now looking, obviously that was never the case, but
yeah,
it's like that's all I knew to do. Like I didn't have anything close to like a concept of like, you've gone through a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Your parents have not been able to parent you the way that you've needed.
Yeah.
You know, all this stuff has happened to you. Your earliest memories are so traumatic. Like I didn't have any concept of any of that. And even stuff that I like could remember sometimes was just like kind of irrelevant to me.
Yeah.
So I just thought, you got to get thinner.
That's right. Yep. Yeah. Did you have a sense for, I'm genuinely curious if it feels like for so much of your life, you had just so much incoming that was not yours. It wasn't yours to hold. It was like culture or your parents or conflict or, you know, being alone or like so much that wasn't yours. Did you have this sense of relief in making it about one thing?
Yeah.
You had one objective.
Totally. I'm sure. Yeah.
That sort of idea of,
Yeah. And I mean, I think that is like one of the largest appeals of eating disorders to people that fall victim to them is, you just channel everything into that. And so you don't have to think about anything else.
Yeah.
And it's like you just measure success or failure according to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on the other side, I mean, did you have the eating disorder for some years? I'm wondering if I should ask this now or later, but the kickback, there's always some kickback, right? With the eating disorders of what it takes from you, right? Or what did that show up in your teen years, or did it take some time to play that out where?
Like how it negatively impacted my life?
Like
I mean, it did like strain some of my relationships with my friends and made weird stuff with my family dynamics. I have an uncle who's dying of anorexia. So eating disorders are a very
insidious,
like vulnerable point in my family. And so, you know.
Can I ask how it strained your relationship with friends? I'm just curious.
There's so much complexity with like female eating disorders, especially because a lot of my friends were also having like lighter perhaps versions of eating disorders. Love that you're just eating a lollipop having this conversation. I think there was a weird sort of rivalry among me and my friends. Like I had some friendships where we would like engage in disordered eating behavior together, and
they can become
form a coalition.
And you inspire kind of each other.
Yeah, and then just like the way that. There's a really good chapter in Glennon Doyle's Untamed. Have you read that? Yeah. Where she talks about how, Johnny listening, when she was having this sleepover with her kids, and she had like her boys and his boyfriends and then her girls and their girlfriends. And she came into the room and she said, is anyone hungry? Like I can make some pizza rolls or whatever. And all the boys just carried on watching the movie and were like, yeah. And then all the girls like looked at each other to like figure out if they were hungry. And then they were like, no, we're not hungry. And that's very much a dynamic that is familiar to me from my teen years, is like just like eating and being a woman, being a girl is like, there's so much there. So it's like, you know, if I hung out with a friend and she wasn't eating dinner, I would like resent her for that, because I'd be like so jealous, like, damn, she's like not eating dinner. That's like, I wish I could do that. Or, you know, or vice versa. You know, if I'd go out with a friend and I never wanted to eat, they'd be like, well, I can't eat if you're not eating. So then, you know, there's so much.
It becomes like an issue, right?
Yeah.
It's just a defining.
Yeah. And when I had like multiple friends who were also like their disordered relationship with eating was a big deal and a pretty primary focus for them. So all of us kind of dealing with that together, and then also navigating like just teenage girl stuff generally of like jealousy and resentment, you know, all of that was just like
she's cuter, she's thin, and she's cuter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Competitiveness.
Yeah, especially because my best friend who I was born next to, she was always, also a lot of my friends were dancers, which was another thing that added to my complex. And I had always wanted to be a dancer because I loved doing musical theatre, but I never took any dance classes because I was so scared to be in a leotard because I was overweight. So I just never as a kid learned to dance. And that's something that makes me sad today, because I'm like, I could know how to dance now.
That's a loss, for sure.
Yeah. But my best friend who I was born next to and kind of like raised alongside was this like tiny, petite dancer, and so, you know, had a whole complex about that. And people would always treat her like so gently, and she was so cute and lovable and likable, and I was just kind of like the weird kid that even adults were just kind of like not not warm towards in the same way.
It feels like there are just so many layers to this, because there's like the cultural layer around fat phobia or skinny privilege, which sort of assigns character traits to each, which
Definitely.
is incredibly, it's just mind-boggling, but we do. And being a child and picking up on that, like, more positive attention if you're in this body, or if you're attractive, or if you're, you know, or whatever. So you have kind of that layer. Then you have like trauma layer. So there's like coping with pain.
Yeah.
And you have sort of control, like the control aspect, right? Of like having something when so much of your life has been out of control, then having control over something is, and then you have like worthiness, like this idea of like, I can deny myself life by not eating. Like I feel so on some level a sense of shame about who I am, which you've kind of talked about a little bit, like you were to blame, or you were responsible, you were the common denominator to all these things happening around you that were painful.
Yeah.
And so kind of taking this oftentimes unconscious sort of position of like, I don't deserve space. I will take up the least amount of space possible and deny myself life because I don't deserve it.
And just attaching your worth to you being able to do something that you are fundamentally wired not to do, which is to starve yourself, is a losing game. It's like, it's the perfect thing for trauma to co-opt, because it's just like you are always going to feel inherently not good enough and inherently, I don't know, just like worthy of derision, because no one can starve themselves that successfully for that long. I mean, some people can and they'll die from it. Yeah. But like there's no winning in that scenario, you know?
That's right.
And it's like food, binge eating was my primary unhealthy coping mechanism for my trauma. And then it also became the cause of more trauma because I was bullied for being overweight so much. So then, of course, naturally in my brain, like the problem is me being thin or fat or how much I eat. Like that becomes like the
focus
way I'm conceptualizing everything. I've got like no understanding of like what's actually going on here.
Yes.
In my mind, it's like, this is my reality. Like, and there were times where it was like, it doesn't matter what happens to me, like from this eating disorder, like this is kind of all I have. Like, I don't know who I am without it. And it was like that for a certain point of like, I understand very clearly why people die of eating disorders, because it's like, once that sort of takes root in your brain, it's like, it's like a drug addiction, you know, or like any kind of thing that people find hard to give up, even though it destroys their lives.
Right. Yeah. You've talked about kind of the insidiousness of eating disorders with regard to therapy, right? Hard to treat. Notoriously difficult
for sure.
to treat.
It's generally known as the most deadly
of
all eating disorders and the most difficult to treat.
It's just been kind of understood in my family that my uncle is going to die of anorexia, and it's like he's he's tried different therapies, different treatments, like all around the country, but it's so deep in there. It's not really like viable at this point that anything could change.
That's so
not to
hard.
make people think that there's no hope, because treatment can make a difference, but it's just among the more challenging and honestly deadly, but still worth seeking treatment for.
And especially, I mean, if you have it in you to want to recover, that's the biggest piece. And that's the piece that I don't know that my uncle necessarily has, is like...
Such a good point.
Yeah.
Such a
and
good
I understand that feeling of like, I don't want to recover. Like, I don't care about anything else. This is just how it is. I think it's kind of like with Mormonism, the pivotal question is like, if it wasn't true, would you want to know? I feel like with eating disorders, it's like, do you have that? Do you want to be recovered?
Yeah,
like, do you want to be free of this? And until you get to that point, it's very hard. You know, you can like force feed people and put them in a treatment center, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Take us through too. So you remind me again when you met up with Mormonism and how that came to be, because I'm curious if that was sort of I don't know about coping, but like if like what kind of primed you to be to be in that place where it kind of swooped in and was able to kind of take hold?
Yeah, so I'm the first sort of touch point with Mormonism for me was, well, moral of the story is I had a friend in high school who was Mormon, and we found out he was Mormon because he wasn't going to do this play, which was called Godspell, because I think it's maybe blasphemous to some people, and so that was how we all sort of found out that Mormonism was even a thing that existed. I think there had been one joke in Friends one time where Rachel jokes about being a Mormon because she's not drinking while pregnant. That was maybe my first ever, I don't know. Mormonism was just not a thing, basically.
What about Donnie and Marie?
Never.
What about...
Couldn't have told
They
you.
never got
I think my
into-
mum maybe liked Johnny and Marie, but I don't think she would have... The Mormonism thing probably wasn't I don't know if she even knew that they were or cared.
We think we're so important.
You think you're so important. Yeah, I truly knew nothing about Mormonism until like that joke in Friends or being 15 and finding out that my friend was a Mormon. I'd never heard of it. Knew nothing. So, I
guess there's the Mormon Tabernacle. I'm just trying to think. Like, there's a Mormon Tabernacle choir.
Absolutely not. Not even like 3 miles close to my radar. Like just no, nothing like that. And I'm sure like in America it would be different. You know, like it's an American religion at the end of the day. So it's not. Yeah. There's a million religions.
Also, sorry, I'm trying to defend our relevance.
Like, how dare we be so irrelevant?
Irrelevant. But like, what about Mormon missionaries always being everywhere, knocking on everyone's doors?
Maybe I'd like seen them, but I maybe thought they were like salesmen. I don't know. Like I'm sure at some point in my life I'd seen a pair of Mormon missionaries, but it wouldn't have registered to me like that they're even like a religious thing. I probably could have just thought like they're selling something or just like didn't even enter my field of vision, you know. But then when I was 15, my friend was like, oh, do you want to come over to dinner and meet with the missionaries? I can't remember if I went or not. I think I did. And I liked it because, you know, you're kind of in a missionary lesson, you're in the hot seat, you know, like they're like asking you questions about yourself and they're bringing like a warm, loving energy. And
that's right. You're the focus. You're seen.
Exactly. And there's like space for emotion, you know, even it's sort of like a manufactured in certain ways, but
yeah.
Anyway, I had said something to my mum about it, about wanting to do it again. And she was like, absolutely not. Like they're like a weird cult. Like, I don't want you doing that. And so that was the end of that. And then like a year later, one of my other friends, her and her mum, who was friends with my mum, remember all my friends are kind of like it's a tight knit sort of group with my mum and her friends and the daughters.
Yeah.
They were going to get like the 6 missionary lessons. But I think it was pitched to all of us as like, it almost felt like we were going to be like taking a class to like learn about our friend's religion. Like we didn't have the mindset of like, they're going to try and convert us necessarily. It was just like, this will be fun to like learn about a religion. Because, you know, I liked RE in school.
Yeah.
And because my mum's friend and her daughter were going to take these 6 lessons, my mum was like, okay, well, you can do it too. Cause like, my friend's going to be there. So I'm not, she wasn't worried about me accidentally joining a cult. 'Cause she's like, there's going to be another adult there who's not Mormon. And,
Right.
but basically once we started doing these lessons, like I took it on because I think I was just so hungry for like the sense of belonging.
Yeah.
They very much hit on points like, I remember one missionary lesson. There's a scripture that's like, I think it's the one that's like, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son. But they asked me to put my name into the world. So I had to read out loud.
Wow.
Feels very powerful, doesn't it? Right? Like knowing anything about psychology, you're like, of course, for God so loved Sam.
Samantha.
Yeah. Right.
And all that
Which made
you've
me
been
bawl.
through.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'm 16, right? And I don't know much about religion. Like I've sort of had RE classes and like got A's in them, but that doesn't really mean anything in terms of like actually understanding like the mindsets of religion or
critical thinking.
Yeah. And I'd always had like this flavor of Christianity in my brain of like, maybe there's a God who loves me. And, it's not like I was going to gravitate towards a Hindu God or like it makes sense that it would be Christian in my mind because of the culture. So yeah, basically I started like taking to it, looking back so clearly because of, the love bombing. I say love bombing, but I think it's like, was also genuine. I don't mean to like disparage.
What did the love bombing look like?
Well, the missionaries are very much like, I think they would be pretty like, I think they liked me as an investigator because we'd have like kind of like a funny time together and, we'd banter and we're not that different in age. So I don't know. There was
Were they British or US?
No,
or both?
I think one was American and one was German. My first set. I don't know. I had a bunch of different missionaries.
What was that like? Like, was there some exoticism of an American and a German?
Yeah, probably a little bit. Yeah.
And an older boy showing interest?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm sure that was part of it. Just feeling, it wasn't like a romantic or like, it wasn't like a crush thing, but it was just like, these like nice looking boys are taking interest in me as a human, that's appealing.
And giving you something just that actually, seems to meet some of those psychological needs and a salve for the wounds so far, right?
Yeah. And my friend's family is lovely. Like they are some of like the loveliest Mormons you'll ever meet. And they are very genuine. And I think there's something about being a British Mormon that, facilitates more genuineness because you have to fit into a culture that is hostile to religion. And so you can't have too much of an ego about being superior. There's just ways that living in like Utah County, for example, is going to just create a totally different archetype of member than the UK.
That makes sense.
So this family is just a lovely family. Both of the kids won like the award at our school in their year group for like, it was something along the lines of just like nicest person in the year group, like just kindest person. So just, that was appealing. Just being in their home was a very safe space.
Oh, and then there's that too.
Yeah, felt very held by them.
It's so funny because there's that South Park episode called, All About the Mormons or whatever.
Yeah.
And that's the main, it does make fun of Joseph Smith and the Angel Moroni and the golden plates and all that. But I think the main takeaway is that even though Mormon beliefs are weird, Mormon families are super nice and Mormons are generally friendly people. And I think that's what you experienced.
Yeah. And having experienced like all kinds of flavors of Mormonism since moving to America, I would say like it's not like that everywhere. And politeness is not kindness. And but this family is just a genuinely lovely family through and through, with or without Mormonism.
Yeah.
So it was all very appealing to me. And then I had this was around the time that me and my friends had started drinking, which is pretty normal in England, like 15, 16, because we can drink at 18. And most of us had parents that were like, we'd rather you drink in the house, like we'll give you like small amounts of alcohol and, which I think is not a bad approach. But I had gone to this party one night and just got way too drunk and was probably underfed and just like... drank too much for a child who didn't know their limits. And I mean, this is just like part of growing up is like learning your limits with alcohol. And it's like most people have to have some bad experiences to kind of get a handle on it. So looking back, it's all pretty innocent. But I got so drunk at this party, and everyone was drunk at this party, but I got so drunk that someone called my mum. And so basically I got in like huge trouble. Or maybe it wasn't huge trouble, but it felt like huge trouble. Because my mum had to come and pick me up at 4 a.m., which was probably the piece she was annoyed about, was like having to get out of bed at 4 a.m., not necessarily the drinking.
Yeah.
And also I think she was like wondering if I'd taken drugs because I was so out of it, which I hadn't. Anyway, I woke up the next day and my mum had like gone to the shops to get something. And I just remember waking up and being like, shit, I've got to like, I cannot deal with my mum today. Like this, I cannot deal with this right now. And my Mormon friend texted me and was like, do you want to come to church? And I'd never been to church before. I'd done missionary lessons. I think I'd gone to a mutual thing, but I'd never gone to actual church. And so I was like, yep, okay. That will like get me out of the house.
Interesting, yeah.
And I'd already been having like the missionary lessons and kind of vibing with it. And I remember feeling like a small amount of guilt for like drinking at this party because I'd been learning a bit about Mormonism, but like it hadn't taken root that much. At that point. Anyway, moral of the story is I went to church that day and had a really lovely, safe day. Like I went to church and then I hung out with my Mormon friend's family and it was just a really lovely day. And that was the day that I think it really took root in my brain as like, this is what I want to do now. And it also, I think I was feeling a lot of shame about what had happened at the party the night before. And I think there were just various ways that I'd been like in drama with friends just because my emotional life was so chaotic.
Yeah.
And so I think my life had just been feeling rocky for a while, as it is for a lot of 16-year-olds, you know. So I think it was appealing, the idea that I could have this new identity where I wouldn't drink anymore and, you know, everything could just be good and wholesome. And
it's like a do-over, a start over.
Yeah. So basically that was kind of the day it really took root, and from there just got progressively more indoctrinated.
Wow.
And I mean, had a good time with it. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm ready to move into suffering, but are there any follow-ups that you wanted to have around the joining the church part?
Well, I don't know exactly. You're saying the suffering after high school kind of thing?
It's kind of going to sort of all this unconscious kind of pain and these ways of coping.
Okay.
You know, some moments from this time where she's attempting to cover the basis.
Okay.
The basis of pain and suffering. What are some moments of suffering from?
I do want to follow the thread of you actually officially converting to the church, and then what leads you to go to Rexburg, Idaho, of all places, to live.
Valid.
So
let's do that.
Let's cover that, and then Margi, you weave your questions into the timeline if that's okay.
Yeah.
But I'm dying to know how you go from freaking what part of England?
I know.
Essex.
From Essex to Rexburg. That should be your biography, from Essex to Rexburg.
Yeah. I mean, basically, it was just appealing to me, the thought that I could go to a Mormon university.
No, but I mean, you had to get converted first. Sorry.
Sure, yeah. So from that day at church, I just progressively got more indoctrinated, as I said. Just started going to all the stuff, did seminary, got my like young woman's personal progress.
As a non-member?
No, so my mum made me wait a year to get baptized. So I didn't get baptized till I was about 17 and a half or 17.
So you cruised.
Yeah.
To get that medallion.
Yes, I did. I did, Margi. Thank you for noticing.
Can I just
my
say?
overachiever school mindset absolutely carried into Mormonism. Right. I was like, I'm doing seminary. I'm getting my personal progress. I'm winning the scripture mastery chase. I didn't win it, but yeah. Which I think was another appealing thing. You know, Mormonism had also had this structure for success, which I had always been drawn to. You know, if there's like a designated path to success and I just have to read a bunch of stuff and write a bunch of stuff to get it, easy. That was like my main thing, was like reading and writing.
Yes.
And that then getting a sense of self-worth from the achievement.
Yep.
So talk about the decision to get baptized, and then anything you want to say about that.
Yeah, so I mean, I wanted to get baptized pretty soon after that church day I described, but my mum was like, no, I don't know, that seems too much. And they have a rule, I don't know what it's like here, but basically if you're under 18, you have to have your parents' permission. So my mum was like, I'm not going to give it to you. But I was very much like, however much the missionaries would sort of pressure me, I was like, well, God's not going to withhold blessings from me because I'm not baptized because my mum won't let me be. So it didn't really bother me that I couldn't be baptized. I wasn't like knocking on her door like, please let me get baptized. If anything, it was kind of a relief, you know. It's just like, well, the decision's been made for me, so I'll just keep being like a devout Mormon.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's like, it's no different from being baptized and that's an interesting thing about joining the church as an adult, is obviously if you're a kid and you're getting baptized at 8, you're like, well, I have the gift of the Holy Ghost, but you don't know what it's like to not have the gift of the Holy Ghost. You have no like measuring stick. But it was no different like before and after getting baptized in terms of like how I felt. Yeah, nothing was different.
Once you were hooked and committed, would you have said, I believe in God now, or I believe in Jesus now, or I know the Mormon church is true? And did you have a testimony of the Book of Mormon and the Joseph Smith?
All of it.
How would you describe you feeling or thinking that you had a testimony of all that stuff?
You know, it's a process, and it is like convincing yourself. And I know if you talk to any currently believing convert, they'll be like, no, well then you would never, but it is, you do convince yourself. Or maybe some people have the type of psyche where it doesn't feel like they're convincing themselves. It just feels so all-encompassing. But I remember there was this one day after I had a missionary lesson, I was at the bowling alley with my friends. I don't even know if my Mormon friend was there. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But I just remember feeling this overwhelming feeling of joy. And it was, looking back on it now, it was just a feeling like you might get if you like, I don't know, have 2 Cokes and get like a sugar and caffeine spike. And you know, that feeling of like elation that you can get from like going to brunch with a friend and just like feeling really seen in that moment. Or like those things just like happen randomly in life, you know, where you just feel really good. But I remember being like, oh, is this because of, I think I'd maybe done like the Moroni's promise prayer. I can't even remember. The thing where you pray and you're like, is this true? I had a couple rounds of that before I felt like I had an answer, and nothing really ever happened. But then they really prime you and coach you to be like, anything counts as an answer. So I remember being at this bowling alley, I think, and having this really big feeling of joy and being like, maybe this is because Mormonism is true. And it's like my prayer being answered. And then like the missionaries like happened to call me while I was there, which was just kind of a coincidence, but not that much of a coincidence because they'd call me all the time. They were very on it. So then I spoke to them on the phone, and then, you know, it's just like I was in this place where I so desperately, like essentially it was like wanting connection to myself and to others and to this higher thing, and to like feel this grander sense of like purpose and meaning and love. And this was being provided as the answer. So, you know, obviously I tell the missionaries on the phone like, oh, it's weird that you called because I just had this feeling. And who's to say like every time you think about a story like this, you kind of recast it in your mind. So I don't know all the specific details, but basically what happened is that was like a pivotal point in being like, yeah, well, I guess I've got my testimony now. And then I would continue going to like youth stuff, seminary, and, you know, you have all kinds of experiences that strengthen your testimony and make you feel like you know that this thing is true. You know, you sing in a group of people, you sing a hymn that's an emotional hymn, you're going to get like a dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin response of some kind and feel that connection. And so if you're being told to interpret it a certain way, you're going to interpret it that way. Yeah. And I remember a lot of just, there was a disabled boy in our ward who like made the decision to get baptized, even though I don't remember all the details. I'm not sure like how able to consent to baptism he was, but he was, and I can't even remember what his disabilities were, but I remember they were quite severe. And I remember it was like a big deal in our ward or stake that this boy had made he might have been an adult man, but like young 20s if he was. But it was like a big deal that he had made the decision to get baptized, and like everyone got up and gave these like these talks that, looking back, I'm like, I feel like it's kind of just like co-opting a person with a disability and putting them on a spiritual pedestal because of that. And like, I just think if you're confronted with like the reality of like, it's difficult to be a person living in this world with a disability, it's difficult to navigate certain things, like that's going to invoke emotion in you generally. But then if you tie it in with religion and like, it's so amazing that he's doing this and making this decision, even that, you know, I don't know, just things like that would really, it was almost like the first time in my life where like strong emotion could be so openly embraced, you know? It's like we're all weeping because this disabled boy has made the decision to get baptized, even though I think he was scared of water or something. That was a part of his thing.
And if you contrast that with the kind of the stoicness of British culture, it's got to be a pretty big contrast for a kid.
Yeah, definitely. There's, yeah.
So you were hooked.
Yep, that's it.
And you had all these positive, I feel like, did you have positive associations because you've, I wonder if it was conscious, it probably wasn't, but like, it seems like you've said your home, heavy, kind of dark, kind of, right? And then oftentimes you're noticing your friends' homes where there's more of a sense of warmth, or they laugh, or emotion is more present. Like there's...
Or like happiness is more present at least,
or happiness or whatever. And so I was just curious if you had just sort of that association.
Definitely.
Also made it more appealing, where it's like, well, that's opposite of what I experienced. So I'm going to say that's good. Opposite of what I experienced, good.
And obviously it was like such a coming of age time, like 16, 17. And it was so appealing, sort of taking on this new identity and being like, my past is behind, the darkness.
I can feel that.
All that. And I'd had a lot of, for example, like alcohol had been a scary thing in my home growing up. Like it had caused a lot of situations that were very scary to me.
Yeah.
And I had weird feelings about alcohol even before I was Mormon, even though I was having these drinking experiences. And so it wasn't that hard to get me to believe that alcohol was evil and, you should not do that.
That's such a good point.
Because it had been such a big part of my family's trauma. So, yeah, I was like primed for it. And again, just this idea that I could recast everything in the light of just like, well, if people would just live like this, then, things like what I experienced growing up wouldn't happen. And I don't even know necessarily how much I was thinking about my childhood, because I think I was still pretty resistant to like going there.
Yeah.
But I at least could recognize that my family was dysfunctional. And this was a system that was claiming to promote like very functional, healthy, happy families.
Yeah.
And that's what I saw.
Yep.
So it checked out,
How appealing would that be?
Yeah. And everyone was so nice to me and so warm and loving. And it was genuine, It's just sad that it had to be through the lens of Mormonism for me to feel that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to imagine being a secular parent, watching my kid become indoctrinated into a high demand religion or cult. On the one hand, especially if I had been separated or divorced from my partner, if I was worried about my kid's happiness, let's just face it, there are worse things than joining Mormonism. There's becoming super depressed or suicidal or wanting to die or being completely isolated or becoming addicted to alcohol or drugs or whatever, or having a teenage pregnancy at 15 or 16. Not that those things can't happen within Mormonism, but I can imagine as a secular parent being conflicted. Like I'm putting myself in your mom or your dad's shoes. On the one hand, she's making these friends. She's meeting all these nice, clean, neat people who don't even swear. She's finding community. She's getting a sense of meaning and identity and purpose and spirituality, and she's behaving better on the one hand. And on the other hand, she's possibly joining a cult. And I'm wondering how it was for them.
Well, I think because, especially for my dad wasn't super involved in my life. He lived hours away and, I don't know, his opinion wasn't like that relevant to my life at that point. But I think for my mum, because she knew my friend's family and they were so nice and like, they would chat to her and she knew them as very like nice, normal people. She didn't know the extent to which Mormonism was weird, I don't think. I mean, both my parents were definitely disturbed, but I think in their minds it was like, well, it's probably just a phase. And like, yeah, they probably did have the mindset of like, there are worse things she could be doing. She's not, it's not like the Jehovah's Witnesses or like something where, I'm having to pay a bunch of money. Because I don't know when I started paying tithing, but if I did, they didn't know I was. So yeah, probably in their mind, they're just like, well, whatever. I never really had parents that were trying to like, that needed me to be any like specific sort of way. As long as I was generally like doing well in school, had friends, like they really only cared about the basics in life. They weren't the type of parents that were like, you need to believe the things we believe. Because I don't think either of them have particularly strong convictions about like neither of them are like massive ideologues, if that makes sense. They're just kind of like trying to do their own thing. And, my mum likes drinking wine and going out with her friends. And my dad likes going on bike rides and drinking beer. And they're not, neither of them are particularly like existential people. my mom once told me that she never thinks about like death or what's going to happen after we die, or it's just like not a thing that she is like interested in thinking about. Not even from a place of like being afraid to think about it. I just think her mind doesn't really go there.
Wow.
Yeah. So they were just kind of like, oh, it's weird, but whatever. She's always been weird. So
fabulous.
I mean, I don't want to dive into this now, but it nowadays when I see so many people leaving religion, all I think about is what are they gaining and what are they losing? Mm-hmm. And if being a secular ex-Mormon means enjoying a glass of wine, having some friends, hanging out, and if that means raising kids where you're not as worried about what they're doing, thus they become vulnerable to not just, other high demand religions or other philosophies that could be deeply problematic. It makes me wonder whether we're creating a vacuum, whether leaving a high demand religion creates a vacuum that secularism hasn't figured out yet how to fully fill, both for the individuals and their kids. But I don't want to derail your story, but I just want to flag that I'm having these thoughts as you talk about what happened when your parents raised you as secular people.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that you feel that way, because I feel like that's a little bit of a false dichotomy in my mind, or like, I don't know, because most people don't join cults.
Yeah, I know.
And I mean, sure, there's a vacuum, but
a lot of people do. A lot of people do.
But a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't join Mormonism. Yeah. Like, I don't know anyone who is like me that joined Mormonism in the UK. Like, I don't know any of my friends who got like pulled into a religion or a cult or anything like that. Maybe in America where if you live in Utah and the dominant culture is Mormonism, and your parents don't raise you Mormon. But I feel like it's less about whether or not you're raised as a Mormon and more about like, how do you communicate with your kids? How safe do your kids feel around you? How much do you see them and meet their needs? How much do you like encourage holistically healthy living? You know, how much do you emphasize all the things in life that make life good and happy and joyful? You know, how much you support and value their own critical thinking skills, even when it comes up against you in parenting. Yeah, because the vacuum isn't the absence of religion. The vacuum is like the absence of connection to self and others and life itself. Exactly. Put that in a TikTok.
I love it. Exactly. I'm making a note. That's going in the TikTok.
I knew you
Exactly. Sometimes I do think this is a little bit more derailing, but like you have a lens, John, based on what you do, how you see things, and then because certain things are drawn to you and what you do. So you're positively reinforced. You have confirmation bias because you live in, according to your lens, you live in this sort of smaller bubble of like a larger. So it makes sense to me why you view it that way. And it's like this bubble as opposed to like, there's also there's like a larger bubble of reality, and not in a way to be dismissive, like in a way that it makes sense to me. You feel that because you're so immersed in this one little.
And I feel like your question was kind of like, oh, if you don't raise your kids in a cult, they're going to be vulnerable to joining a cult. It's like, well, less than if they were raised in the cult. Like, what does that even mean? You know?
Let's hope that's not true.
Like, you either raise them in one or like maybe someone else will get them. Like,
it's not inevitable.
It's not an argument for staying in a cult, is it?
No.
Sorry if I diminished your argument.
No, I love it. This is great. Thank you. This is good stuff. This is really good stuff. Do you ever feel like being on a podcast with Margi is like going to therapy?
Yeah, Margi is a very good podcast host. And just, you know, she sits so relaxed, and it's so nice to have like a feminine voice in my ear. Not that you don't have a great podcast voice, because you do, but it's nice to switch it up.
So take us maybe from BYU Idaho. What happened next for you?
Yeah, so moved at 18 to Idaho, and I was there for 3.5 years, graduated. I did a communications degree. That was where I met Tanner, fun fact.
Oh, how about that?
In an advertising class, yeah. So
was there a massive culture shock of going from the UK to freaking Rexburg, Idaho?
Yeah, but it wasn't unpleasant, because I was so indoctrinated into Mormonism and had sort of become disenchanted with British culture in certain ways. So I don't know, it was just kind of like new and exciting. And my ego loved being the British girl that everyone was excited to talk to. that was a big piece of why I think I loved the BYU Idaho experience. I generally loved the BYU Idaho experience because, I've always liked school. It was really fun for me having roommates because growing up an only child,
Yes.
it was like just not being alone because I had roommates was so nice. Even though I lived with my mum, it's tense being raised by a single mother as a teenage girl. And there was a lot of, we haven't really covered it and we don't need to, but there were a lot of traumatic experiences I had from being raised by a single mother as a teenage girl, just because I think the mother-daughter dynamic can be so tense anyway. Mm-hmm. And then it's like a single mother only. It's just so intense. It was so intense. It was so rough. But she did her best. Anyway, so being at BYU Idaho was nice because I always had roommates who for the most part I got along well with. Everyone was really nice to me. It was really easy. Like school was really easy there because I was used to doing A-levels in England. So that was nice. Although I did like completely flunk my first semester. I got like a 2.8 GPA because I wasn't used to having to do homework that's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But found my groove with American schooling. I was just completely indoctrinated the whole time. So it was a positive experience and I had a lot of fun. There is something kind of charming about having like 3.5 years of sober university fun.
Yeah.
Where, you have to get creative about how you spend time. Mm-hmm. And it was very novel the whole time being in America. Like it was just fun for me to be in America, even if it was Rexburg, Idaho. Like people will always be like, oh, why'd you go to Rexburg, Idaho? And it's like, well, if you grew up in Essex, England, Rexburg, Idaho is exotic. And, there's like, it doesn't snow in England and it would snow all year. And, it doesn't get hot in the summer in England and it's hot here and we can go swim in the rivers. So there was enough like novelty to being in America generally that made it a good time.
That makes sense. Like that adventure piece.
Yeah.
And then hitting you in your young adult, like just as you're wanting to probably be free, giving you kind of, and I'm feeling from you, oftentimes, John, you talk about religion or Mormonism plugging holes, like the holes oftentimes that we kind of come with. And I'm hearing a little bit of that with you too. It's like you have belonging finally, you have community finally, you have this sense of identity. Like this is you actually feeling in a way filled in a way that you hadn't been.
And even though as a teenager, I had really close female friendships that were very fulfilling, it's like having the other piece of like kind of an overarching ideology and like, this is what the world is and this is what you need to, that was very comforting. I think just generally the rules of Mormonism were comforting to me.
Safety.
Which makes sense. I was always, safety. Like rules in school were like not bad. I didn't feel constrained by them because it's like it was much worse for me to be at home where the rules weren't clear and anything could happen for any reason at any time. That's much scarier than just like stick to these rules and this will be what happens.
Absolutely. That makes so much sense to me.
Yeah.
The appeal.
Some say that BYU Idaho Rexburg is like the most extreme example of Mormon culture.
Yeah.
With modest, the type of thing where if a girl goes into the BYU Idaho library with like skinny jeans on or, yoga pants, she'll receive a note from somebody saying your clothing offends me or makes me have dirty thoughts, or you can't go to the testing center, or you might get turned away if you're like showing your shoulders. So like or even the curfews in the dorms. So talk about to what extent the severity or the stringentness of the rules and the cultural rules felt stifling or felt liberating or something else.
I think at BYU schools, you just kind of naturally gravitate towards people that have the same sort of approach to the rules as you, and there's a whole spectrum there. So I was someone that generally wanted to follow the rules. I wanted to keep curfew. I wanted to keep the dress code, but not keep the dress code so hard that I wouldn't wear skinny jeans or, I wanted to keep all of the main ones, but, I wasn't too invested in the idea that God really cares if I, wear flip-flops on campus. I mean, I wouldn't do it because it wasn't worth getting in trouble, but I didn't, I guess what I'm trying to say is I had like probably like a B+ approach to keeping the rules, you know, like I was generally, you know, faithful and obedient, but I also didn't take them on, like some people would just take them on to such an extreme. Although, to be fair, I think that my freshman year was my most extreme. And I came from England thinking, oh, well, all these people have been Mormon their whole lives. They're going to be so much better than me. But I actually got to BYU Idaho and I was like, oh, people are kind of relaxed about things that I didn't expect they'd be relaxed about. Like they don't fast for 24 hours. They just like don't eat breakfast or like things like that I had believed were so concrete because that's the family that sort of brought me into Mormonism. That's what they did. I saw how much some people were Mormon because they've been raised in it rather than being obsessed with it the way that I was. But you kind of like find your people, you know, and that would be different at different times. And I definitely did have, like I remember my freshman year, I wrote a note to my roommate 'cause she would come home maybe like 15, 20 minutes after curfew because she was with her boyfriend. And I wrote her a note, like, I know that God will bless you more if you keep curfew, you know, just like passive aggressive nonsense. But I think the older as I went through school, I got less like that and a bit more relaxed about it and had more of an approach because I never really saw God as like that authoritarian or the way that Mormonism sometimes wants you to see God. Because I hadn't grown up in the culture, like that like idea of God never really resonated with me. I was like, well, he's kind of chill.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know, like in terms of, if someone had written me a note about I remember one time me and my friend were performing at this talent show on campus and we were both wearing skinny jeans, which weren't banned, but skinny jeans were kind of like a hot topic at the time.
But flip-flops were banned.
Flip-flops are banned, yeah, which that isn't to do with like modesty. That's just like a stupid professionalism rule that they have. But me and my friend were wearing skinny jeans to perform in this show. And this like, he was an usher. I think he was just like a volunteer helping put on, just one of the people helping to organize the event. Not like the person putting on the event, but just like a student, like an older student that was like helping with getting people into their seats. He was like, you guys can't go on stage wearing those skinny jeans. That's too immodest or something like that. And I really pushed back on him. Like I definitely became more submissive as a Mormon woman, but not that much. Like if someone was like, you know, trying to overstep their power, I would definitely push back. So when this guy was telling us we couldn't, I was like, that's ridiculous. You know, I just like argued back with him and it was like not an option in my mind that we were going to not perform or change because of, you know, this guy's opinion. But I think typically in like the patriarchal culture, there probably were a lot of girls who, if a male student, older, return missionary probably had said that to them, they would have cowered and like gone and changed or, you know,
Yeah.
But I was just like, absolutely not. Like, you know, I wasn't that indoctrinated. So yeah, there would be things, but like, I feel like I generally kept a sort of like strong sense of self about it. You know, it's like everyone just interprets, with Mormonism in general, everyone just interprets the rules according to their own like perception of how authoritarian God is.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So it didn't really bother me too much.
So you graduated in communications.
Do you want to talk about what you and Tanner did while you were there?
We made some videos that were like comedy. We did some.
Were you in the newspaper or like TV production? Like, did you have a job there that was interesting in terms of getting you into social media or media
I worked
production?
for the ad agency Soapbox, which was a really positive experience for me and I think helped me a lot with my copywriting career. So yeah, that was a positive. I also felt like the people in the communications degree, there's a stereotype, but tended to be a little bit more chill and more kind of people who could go work in New York and people wouldn't be like, what a weirdo religious zealot. You know, they were generally people who like dressed a bit more stylishly, were a bit more, I don't know, charismatic in the ways of the world. I don't know how you describe it, but I did feel like communications was a good degree. There would be certain degrees that would draw certain types, you know, like a lot of women would be drawn to like the marriage and family degree who maybe were more like grew up in big families, were parentified at a young age, looked after this, you know, different degrees would attract different people. And I feel like communications was a good one to be in. It felt like less, it felt like kind of removed from the rest of the school in terms of like, it didn't feel quite so like patriarchal, or it just felt more fun and creative. And yeah, I guess like just generally I find that people in Mormonism who are more creative types, like, aren't so sticklers for, like, hard rule following. Not that I was like a rebel, but, you know.
I have to ask how you navigated dating culture and kind of the honor code and standards. And
I thrived, John. I thrived. It was fun. I didn't date in England before I moved to BYU Idaho really at all. Basically, not at all. So it was really the first time in my life that boys had been interested in me. I felt like I was a hot commodity, you know, being like from England, people were just interested in me. I would have a lot of boys become like quickly disillusioned. Like a lot of boys would get crushes on me. And then I think I was like maybe a bit too strong-willed for them, or just, you know, they were just had been conditioned to want a certain type of woman who's maybe more submissive, and I don't know. So that would happen a lot where they would be so interested in me, but then that's also kind of just like young dating culture. So yeah, I had a lot of different boyfriends. I had a boyfriend who I sort of semi-waited for on a mission, who was like my first love. That was a traumatic experience. Having my first boyfriend, well, he was my second boyfriend, but my first love at BYU Idaho, I think we dated for like 10 months or something before his mission. And then he went on a mission and I was like, I'll wait for you. But it was so traumatic having like love taken away because someone had to go on a mission. And then like slowly throughout his mission, he got more and more like removed, robotic. And then I had a anxious attachment style to the max, you know, was spiraling more and more, becoming more manic in my emails. And so eventually we did see each other after his mission, but it had kind of like gone AWire before then. But yeah, that's interesting to look back on because that prompted me to go see a BYU Idaho therapist. I'm just stream of consciousnessing this whole interview at this point. I've given up on structure.
We love it.
But that prompted me to go to a therapist when my boyfriend had been on a mission for about 5 months, and I was really suffering with like depression and anxiety. And it was just because it's like for the first time in my life, I'd experienced this, what felt like a complete feeling of like love and, you know, just being so loved, you know, and your first love generally is huge. And then to have it just taken away, but then it was like such a mind fuck because it's like being taken away by the thing that you believe in the most, and that, so it's so tough. And then you obviously feel guilty disturbing your missionary in any way. Anyway, I went to a BYU Idaho therapist for a little bit, and he recommended this book, Attached. And I think of this therapy session as like kind of you have like these pivotal points along your healing journey. And even though I was a long way away from getting to any kind of like healed, healthy place, him recommending that book was very helpful for me because it meant as a Mormon, I like got kind of a sense of like, oh, I have an anxious attachment style and that's why I act like this. And it was like, you know, a first smidgen of like empowerment, like starting to understand that.
Yes.
So Brother Craig, good therapist.
That's brilliant. And even I find reading that book, what was valuable was to actually see to come to know a secure attachment style.
Yeah.
It's like, oh,
didn't even think about that.
That's what that looks like.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah,
if you haven't
definitely
experienced or been shown, right?
But I also remember in that, I think he may have asked me about my parents. And I think I remember telling him like, yeah, my childhood was fine. Or like, I don't remember like to what degree I was lying to myself or what. But like, I remember him trying to dig and me just being like, no.
Yeah, it's not
and
ready.
then I also remember I didn't have much therapy at BYU Idaho, just a couple of sessions, but I went to see him right before I graduated just as a kind of, you know, goodbye thing, or just do kind of like a mental health check-in before I lose access to this free therapy. And I remember he told me that he was really shocked because I was like a different person than he had seen like 3 years ago. Because he said when I think I was like an early sophomore when I first saw him, and then I saw him at the end of being a senior. He said I like couldn't make eye contact at all, which I don't remember, but completely checks out with like my life experiences. Like so many of my roommates, especially in my early years at BYU Idaho, would tell me that when we first moved in together, they just thought I hated them. And I think it's because I just didn't have the social skills to like make eye contact, or like I didn't know how to be warm. And English culture doesn't demand as much warmth, so you can still get by kind of being maybe more like I was. But Americans and like especially Mormon women are very much primed to need like a very friendly upfront, like we're right here with you, right? And like so validating instantly.
Right, that's so
Whereas in England
interesting.
we're a bit more, you know. It's like you got to earn friendship. It's not just like,
Yes.
yeah. Anyway, so that was interesting. Just thinking that there were ways I obviously grew at a Mormon university, because I do think like who I was at 18 when I went there was very different from, not very different, but if I couldn't make eye contact at 18, 19 and could by 21, I mean, that's a pretty significant shift.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sure there was other things.
Yeah.
Did you ever get put on the worthiness wheel, whether through honor code stuff or bishop interactions or
Like
from experiences with dating? Yeah.
From doing something wrong?
Yeah.
No, I was pretty good.
You never had to deal with that shame, Mormon shame?
I mean, I had to deal with Mormon shame, but not to the degree of like getting in trouble.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Have to ask that. I mean, it's Mormon stories.
Have to ask.
Yeah. So what happened after, take us maybe after BYU Idaho, where'd you go? What happened?
So I moved to Provo, and what was I doing there? Oh, I was doing an internship at some marketing firm, like writing SEO blog posts, and it was like a minimum wage internship, you know?
Oh my gosh, I just realized I had to ask. Did you feel like a failure that you didn't get married by the time you left BYU Idaho? Because I imagine a lot of your friends got married, or no?
I mean, I had a number of friends who got married, but no, I didn't feel like a failure because I was from England as well. I'm like, I'm still 21.
Okay.
No, actually, I might have been 20 when I graduated. I think I was 21.
Okay.
Yeah, I consistently had boyfriends throughout BYU Idaho, and I think when I graduated, I had a boyfriend, and then we like broke up shortly after. But I don't know, I didn't feel like I was chopped liver by any means. I was like, people are still interested in me, so yeah. I think if anything, I was like kind of relieved, because I'm like, I do not want to have to like have people back home watch me get married while at university. Like, that's so cringe. So no, not really. Okay. Although when I went to BYU Idaho, yeah, I probably thought I would have been married by the end of it, just because that's like,
yeah.
And also when you're 18, 21 sounds so old, but then when you actually get there, it's not at all.
Sorry to interrupt. I just had to ask that. Yeah. So Provo.
So yeah, I moved to Provo, was doing an internship at this one place, and dating. I had another boyfriend during that time period. Went to visit his family in Canada. They were really nice. I got into quite serious relationships with a lot of boys throughout my time in Mormonism. Then I started doing my internship with Tanner at Deseret Book, and was going through the beginnings of a faith crisis, prompted by Tanner being in a fully fledged faith crisis. But it wasn't, it hadn't reached like peak velocity yet. It was just like some things were starting to shift in my mind of like, what's the deal with all of this, Was
it weird working at Deseret Book? Was it cool?
And that was it's generally not like faith promoting, I think, to work at a place like Deseret Book.
Do you want to talk about that at all?
I don't remember too much, but it's just, you really see how the church runs as a business. And I remember like we had to come and work on a Sunday during general conference because we had to be making tweets. And I remember thinking, well, that's so stupid that we would need to do that on a Sunday, because like the church itself has an account that is being run that is live tweeting general conference. So the reason that we are tweeting on a Sunday is because we want to make money and we want to boost our social accounts so that we, Deseret Book, can make money. And I just thought that was a bit gross, because I was, a rule follower, and I was like, we got to keep the Sabbath day holy, and I don't think because it's church business you've got a free pass to make people work on Sunday when it's not necessary. The church is still doing that work. There's no need for Deseret Book to be making the same tweets just so that they get like the social engagement, So I think little things like that. And again, just like seeing how much it's a business. It's not like a holy workplace like you might expect. And obviously being Mormon, converting to Mormonism in England, it's easy for English members to have this perception of like what Salt Lake is like, or, what church HQ is like. And it's just not like that, It's just businessy. But then I got this job, like a big girl job at USU doing copywriting for their student marketing communications department. So I moved to Logan, which is where I met my ex-husband, and we got married in the temple, Logan Temple. Did you guys get married in the Logan Temple?
DC. We were DC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Margi's family's from DC originally.
So when
But my grandma probably got sealed in the Logan Temple and was a temple worker there. So we have connections to Cache Valley.
Cute. Anyway, yeah, temple marriage was kind of going through my faith crisis when I got married. But still like generally believed in the church. I just had a lot of questions about things, and it kind of felt like the modern church was in apostasy, and, you know, it was kind of, I was in a bit of a Denver snuffer phase. So that was all, yeah, kind of wild timing looking back on like how I just held all of that, like the faith crisis and like getting engaged.
Yeah.
But like,
So when you got married in the temple, you were not solid in the church mentally?
well, I kind of thought that maybe I kind of felt like the modern church was a little bit in apostasy, but I still felt like in general the church was like the right thing. The way I justified it was I was kind of like, I don't know if Thomas S. Monson is like a legit prophet, but like I support him in like trying to be that, you know? So it was like, I sustain the brethren. This is my mental gymnastics, because like I want them to be doing the will of God. I'm not sure, because it kind of seems a bit sketchy.
Did you have to veil your face and
Yeah.
and covenant with Connor? Is he covenants with God? The feminist, did the temple experience
Yeah, I would like
raise
to hear
any
that too.
red flags for you at all?
Do you know, I don't know if I really picked up on the sexism that much. I did a bit. Did I? I honestly don't remember. But I was very disturbed by the endowment. I didn't mind the ceiling too much, although I did not like the outfits. Like they raised a bit of an alarm bell, because how could they not?
The veil and the...
But the endowment was all very disturbing, and like I wanted to be okay with it and stuff, but it's like, you know, normally when people get their endowments, they've got like their whole Mormon family around them, and most people describe feeling uncomfortable. But it's like, well, everyone here is okay with it. But, you know, I didn't have all of that background. So I think it was like there was more room for me to question maybe than there might be if I'd grown up in it. And I'd already been like learning a lot of sketchy stuff generally about the church. But it's also like when you're going through a faith crisis, there's kind of this weird dichotomy of like your faith is waning, but then you're also more zealous than you've ever been. And you like almost think it's more true than it's ever been because you're doubling down. So it's, you know, that weird line. But yeah.
Did your family come to the wedding, and were they excluded from the temple, and what was all that
My
like?
parents came, and yeah, obviously couldn't go in the temple.
Was that a thing, or?
Yeah, it was a bit of a thing. But it was what it was. We did like a ring ceremony with like my ex's bishop at this barn where we had our reception. We tried to do like a cute, like non-cultural hall wedding to make it feel not as weird, which was fine. But yeah, it was weird. Like my wedding was so just all the people my husband had ever known and met. And it was like, and I was there and my parents were there and like some friends, obviously. But it is
But they couldn't go in.
Yeah, yeah.
So in the actual temple wedding ceremony, did you have any support there? I mean, Connor would be surrounded.
Did you have your own people?
Yeah.
Well, Tana was my witness.
Oh,
and then my husband's dad, I think, was the other witness. And then I had like one of my woman friends was married, or maybe it was two. I think I had two friends. I had a couple of friends there basically. But did I feel majorly supported? No, I wouldn't say so. Like it was weird. But again, it's so surreal to look back on and be like, that was my wedding day. Like
so true.
And I just, that's how it was. And I just kind of was sort of fine with it. Like it sort of was like not ideal, but it's not like I was thinking in my head, like I'm devastated. What is going on? It was just kind of like, well, this is how it is, you know? Whereas like now when I imagine like what it would mean to me to like have that kind of union with someone and like what that day would mean to me, it's just a completely different thing.
Yeah.
It's like it was so not sacred in a way. Like I feel like now if I had a wedding with my partner who I've been with for like 5 years, it would be so sacred and special and meaningful.
Yeah.
But Mormon weddings are so not that. But then you're supposed to believe they're like the most sacred thing of anything on earth. But it's like you don't know the person that well. And
yeah.
It's wild. It's really, it's like I feel like I was a child bride even though I was 22. It's like I didn't know anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And when you and and you don't talk about anything you don't want to talk about, obviously,
Yeah.
but like when you and Connor got married, was there an agreement about how Mormon you were going to be as a couple and what your dreams were as a couple and how your Mormon dream was going to play out as you got married in the temple?
I mean, I think we both just assumed, you know, we'd be just faithful Mormons and we'd do all the things. And I think we both, I think we were both pretty faithful, but we were the kind of Mormons that had senses of humor, is like the way I would describe it. You know, like we weren't looking to be like we weren't looking to have like 10 kids and be, you know, that
Right.
It's like we both kind of wanted like somewhat modern lives. Like I wanted to have a career. We did not want to have kids like right away or anything like that. But that all unraveled really quick because about a month into my marriage, I was like, this religion is bullshit. And we'd been, so I think I only went to the temple like maybe 4 times total, maybe 5. But every time it was like deeply uncomfortable. Yeah, and I sort of figured out, okay, that none of this is true. And
What happened? How did you get there? How did you?
I mean, it'd been in the works since Deseret Book, you know, just learning. Me and Tanner had been learning a bunch, reading a bunch. I was reading Fair Mormon, stuff from, you know, Journal of Discourses, all the stuff that makes people lose their faith. And just trying so hard to make it all work. And it was all very terrifying. I feel like I became like very close to being like genuinely unhinged mentally. Like I really started to fear like demons and kind of a return of stuff from childhood of just like at night, everything would just feel so, I was so scared of seeing a demon, or even I was so scared of like seeing Jesus or seeing an angel or seeing anything, you know, it just all was so fragile and tense and volatile and like just felt like anything could happen in like the scariest way. And like straddling that thing of like, I'm trying so hard to believe in this religion and make it work. But then I also feel so much guilt because I have so much doubt. But then I also know that I'm doing everything I can. So like, should I be feeling that guilt? You know, it's just like a mess.
It's almost like the church filled those holes temporarily.
Oh yeah.
But they weren't real fixes that would solve some of those problems long term. They were just temporary fixes.
Yeah.
Is that right?
You're absolutely right. But at this point, it's like I'd lived in like relative safety compared to like my upbringing for like a good amount of time now. So there was sort of like an amount of like artificial healing that had taken place in that like I wasn't a kid. Like I did feel, so I don't know how to describe it. Like I had a sort of sense of confidence, but then I also didn't because I was so psychologically dependent on this religion and was so terrified and like going through the process of like, you know, like the final weeks of like when you're down to the wire and you're like, can this be true? That was just like the most terrifying, probably the most terrified I've ever felt. That's debatable, at least on par with like the most traumatic experiences of my childhood. Just that feeling of like, without this, you're just like a ship without a sail and you don't know what you're going to do. And I kind of think it was nice that I was married because that was like a weird safety net because we were, you know, still in love. We just got married. And even though the faith crisis stuff was really hard on both of us, like individually, and I think there was like some resentment from my husband because I had kind of like led the effort for us to like lead the church, even though he also realized like this isn't true, but it was like he realized because I kind of like forced him along, you know, like he probably would have stayed in the church had he married like a good Mormon woman.
His parents must have really resented you and blaming you for being the reason why he lost his faith.
Definitely, yeah. It was definitely all my fault in their mind. And that was sad because I had a good relationship with them prior to that. Like we really got along well and I liked them both.
That's so painful.
And then I was just instantly the enemy. And obviously when you're going through a faith crisis as well, I still didn't have any tools for like emotional processing or anything. I was still like just a young, stupid kid. So like, you know, when I'm having these conversations with like 50 adults in their 50s who are telling me, you know, you're led by Satan or whatever, I don't know what to do other than just be like, you guys are brainwashed. And like, obviously now I would never engage in that conversation in that way because I would know it wasn't effective. But like, I didn't know that. I was just like freaking out and like trying to be heard, so desperately to be heard. Like, you don't know what we've been going through. Like, this is not, you know, because people have their ideas about what a faith crisis is and the reality of what it is completely different. And if people understood what it was actually like, they would have a lot more empathy. But that empathy would also be fatal to their own testimony potentially. So that's the whole thing.
Seeing like the faith transition for you with your context of, just to tie it back to the theme of self-healing and kind of coping. We mentioned joining the church as kind of part of coping, right? And bringing you things that, you had needs that weren't met around. So if you look at that and you look at, as you start transitioning, and you're literally taking away a coping, something that, which, when we look at psychology and in therapy, anytime you remove a major source of coping, you really have to be very mindful of bringing in other, right? Coping. Yeah. And this is something I think we do in adult life, is sometimes we realize, I actually have coping that's not healthy. I have coping that brought me here. It's survival coping. We're going to love it. We're going to be grateful for it. And it's not really honoring. So I want to upgrade it. I want to do something else. Right. But if I like connect to the trauma that you're describing, the pain you felt as this thing was being, it wasn't like what you see. It
quadrupled my existing pain, because it's like it sold me this false sense of
that it existed.
Yeah. And also Mormonism was like this, it was like a, well, overall it's a pseudo healing. It's not like real healing, because it's like you've just become psychologically dependent on this organization, which now claims to like heal you. And, that's not actual healing.
And it like gives you, don't you think, a bunch of things to focus on and do that are it's so much. You don't have room for processing. You don't have room actually to like, go deep or reflect, or there's too much to be done. There's too much required of you as well. So it's like, you're placed in this world. But I'm just noticing for you, like that safety. Well, the church is what brought a semblance of safety to your life and stability, right? In a way, and, so it's like it kind of filled the holes, but like John said, it didn't. But I'm just saying, I wonder, as you went through the transition, to me, it makes sense that it like hit you in a very visceral, foundational place that unearthed all these fears again, all these things, right? Because it's like in the unplugging, you're like, well, now I'm just back where I was. It like takes you back to
worse than I was before, because it's like because my brain has been sold the idea for 4 years or 5 years that like I can just be fixed by having this thing. And so now that dream has been taken. Do you know what I mean? It's like almost worse to be sold a dream that everything can be okay and then have that taken away.
That's right.
But it is all kind of complex, because at the same time that I'm losing my faith, I'm in this marriage, which I am happy to be in. Like, I'm not sitting here thinking like, I wish I hadn't got married because the church isn't true. Like,
and you weren't alone.
Yeah, exactly. So it was like me and my ex-husband, like we were in it together, so it like sucked. And it had all the grief of like losing faith, but it wasn't like being like, the loneliness of being a child. Cause it's like, well, this person loves me. And so I really kind of believe that the psyche just like reveals whatever you're ready to see at every point. And I'm hesitant to make any blanket statements, but I kind of feel like we can just trust our psyche to work things out. Even if for some people that means being like trapped in bad situations for decades, because like that's how long it takes their psyche to realize like, hang on, this shouldn't be like this and I can't take this anymore. Like, and some people maybe never, like there's no guarantee that you arrive at a healthy point with that. But I do think our psyche is always kind of like working for us in a weird way. And I also wonder how much, I think it's interesting that my faith crumbled around the time I just got married in the temple, because temple marriage in Mormonism is held up as like the thing. And it's almost like I needed to experience like the peak thing that they sell you as like the best thing in the world. And then be kind of staring down the barrel of like, okay, endure to the end now. I mean, you can have kids, but it's like I've never been particularly like jazzed about the idea of having kids. So that wasn't like an appealing like, next step.
Such a good point.
So it was like, what do I have to look forward to now? Like, I'm just like, I'm in this marriage and I like my husband, but I was like, joining a Mormon family ward or whatever the ward is that you go to when you're like,
Yeah.
and I was just like, I don't really connect with these people. And like, it's my husband's world that he's from and he vibes with it so much. But there's all these ways that, you know, at BYU Idaho, it's different because like we were all students and I'm just like the British student and people treated me like that. And it was just all kind of like fun. But then it's like Mormons are so primed to, even at like 22, like we were so young, you're suddenly being put into these very adult roles into like in a married ward, which is like very different from the BYU Idaho experience, which was very fun. And like, we're all in this together. We're all in this coming of age period of life. You know, we've all got new boyfriends. We've all got like new classes or, you know, it's just like not the same experience. And like BYU Idaho was fun, not because of the Mormonism, but because of just like the stuff around it that I think is like kind of inherent in like a college experience.
Kind of time of life.
Yeah. But then, yeah, as I said, staring down the barrel of just being in a married Mormon ward and having to like make friends with all these people that to me felt so like fake, or it just all felt so artificial to me by this point. And I think, yeah, I don't know, maybe I was probably seeing a lot more at 21 than I would have seen at 17, you know, in terms of like, and also having got to know like American social rules more, you get more of a sense of like what's fake, as opposed to like when you first move to a country at 17, you don't know, so you just take everything on as genuine. Yeah. But by that point, I was just realizing like, it's hard to connect with these people because it's not, it doesn't feel like we're allowed to talk about anything real, and also like, I don't know. So it was, I lost my faith, but then I did feel kind of held in this marriage. And I had this feeling of like, well, even at that point, even when I was so depressed and nihilistic and, you know, suicide wasn't outside of the question, it was like, well, at least I met my husband through this whole process and I had a good time along the way. Because for most of my Mormon experience, I did have a good time. Like people will always comment on our YouTube videos and be like, sorry you didn't have a good time in the church, but some of us blah, 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 blah. Yeah. You know, to try and discredit us leaving. But it's like, that wasn't my experience. I had a good time. And relative to what I came from, there was good that it brought me. Like my psyche sought out what it needed. Yeah. And it got what it needed. And then it's like, I don't think my psyche was particularly drawn to the idea of being in an endure to the end situation.
Yes.
You know, there's not really a lot that... it's like I wasn't primed for this Mormon life the way that other people who grew up in it were. Yeah. So I always had this idea that, you know, I'd be like, I'd have a career and even when I had kids, I'd have a career. Yeah. But then I think just like kind of confronting the reality of like being in a married ward and, you know, just all of it, it kind of all hit me at the same time. So it's like I'm learning all this stuff about the church and realizing that this church is not, the claims are not true. And it's not even I don't even think it's necessarily like a good. I don't think there's much good in it. Like I think the good that's in it can be found anywhere. Like it was just all came at once. Yeah. So I don't remember where we started.
No, that's great. So really quickly, we don't really dig into this part traditionally when Margi and I work together, but I do want to get at least for kind of a summary video, just like what were 5 to 10 of the biggest intellectual issues that were instrumental to you being able to intellectually deconstruct the church? You could just list them without going into depth. But what were the ones that hit you the hardest? Was it CES letter stuff? You know, what were they?
Things that hit me the hardest when leaving the church. Initially, it was a lot of things around the wealth of the church and the way that it chose to use its wealth. Like City Creek Mall was very disturbing to me. Just the lavishness of all the temples and like learning how much a chandelier in the temple costs relative to like how many people in Africa that could feed, you know, things like that. And because it just didn't align with what Jesus taught about money and wealth. And I also started learning about how tithing was originally not, you know, it wasn't supposed to just be this like thing that happened forever where we all give 10% of our income to the church. It was supposed to be like once the church has enough money to kind of like keep itself going, which it absolutely does. You know, it's like multi-billion-dollar investment firm at this point. Tithing wasn't supposed to be like the way that it is treated now. Massive one was polygamy, and specifically realizing like reading more and like really getting a sense of like what it means for a 14-year-old girl to be told to marry a middle-aged man and her being told that the salvation of her family depended on it. I mean, like realizing that, I think I had like a flimsy awareness of polygamy, but I wasn't really aware of how young they were, how coercive it was, that Joseph Smith didn't even have the sealing power. Not that, didn't even claim to have had the sealing power when he was found with Fanny Alger in the barn. He was like not even sealed to Emma at that point. Polygamy was a massive one. Black people in the priesthood, I just couldn't think of a justification for it. I didn't buy the nonsense of, I think previously I'd been told like the world wasn't ready. If the church had accepted black people and given them the priesthood, then they wouldn't have been accepted as a church because everyone was so racist at the time. So we had to wait for the world to get less racist. And I was like, that's bullshit. Like if this is supposed to be God's church, then he should be leading the way on not being racist. And what he's so scared of it doesn't seem like he's scared of the Mormons being persecuted. He's fine with them being persecuted so they can marry teenage girls, but like letting black people have the priesthood, that's too far. That didn't make any sense to me. There was just like no logical justification for black people not having the priesthood. And then just generally like a big part of it was just realizing the psychology of Mormonism and like the mind control and how much thought terminating cliches are used, and how if you tried to like bring up anything of substance in a class, like Sunday school, there would be no space for it. And you would feel the judgment of people, and just realizing how much like, oh, this church prioritizes like blind submission to just like what these old men say. And having those experiences of like, I have honest questions and I am a good person who like wants to follow these rules and wants, I'm not coming from a place of negativity here. I'm coming from a place of absolute faithfulness. And like, you are treating me asking these questions with like such judgment and dismissiveness, like all of that. It kind of came into focus pretty quickly, like within the span of a few months of like, this is a cult.
What about Book of Mormon? Was that part of it for you? An important part or not a super important part?
And also realizing that the Book of Mormon is completely ahistorical, the anachronisms. Oh, the Book of Abraham was a big one as well. It's like we literally have the papyri that he claimed he translated from. We've since got the Rosetta Stone. We can translate them. We know that it's nothing to do with them. He also translated the Kinderhook plates, and that was completely bullshit. Like every time we have like the source material for like what he translated, it turns out to be complete bullshit. But we're supposed to believe that like this book is the one that like, well, it's still fine. Yeah.
You didn't mention women and the role of women and patriarchy.
Yeah. Do you know what? Because I was a big sexist, John. Like it didn't really bother me that much while I was in the church, stuff with women. I wonder if it's just because I made the choice to join Mormonism and was never like corralled by men. It's like It's like I didn't really like feel the effects of sexism too much as a Mormon. Like, I mean, you get flavors of it at BYU Idaho, but again, it's like, I feel like because I wasn't raised in a particularly sexist culture, I mean, there's sexism everywhere to certain degrees, but like England's pretty good, or was when I was growing up. I never felt like less than or anything for being a woman. I think I like continued to have like a strong will throughout being Mormonism. So if men like tried to be too sexist, I'd just be like, okay, and like would just dismiss it as like, well, that's like a personality problem that they have, I mean, obviously looking back now, like sexism is rampant in Mormonism, but I just think like it didn't touch me too much because I was almost like, I don't want to say immune to it, but it's like because I kind of like naturally was feminist in a weird way, even though I might not have described myself as that while I was Mormon. It's like I did have this kind of like, patriarchal men are going to be more sexist to women who are primed to be submissive to them, so like when I would, like that guy who told me and my friend to not wear skinny jeans, I'm like, absolutely not. I'm smarter than you and I'm going to outsmart you right now in this conversation and you're not going to get away with this. So stuff like that. But yeah, women, but it's just like women in the priesthood. It's like the priesthood's not even a real thing to me. So the women's stuff never came massively into focus. And because I always saw myself as someone that would have a career, and that was kind of becoming okay-ish, as long as you still have children, you can you can have a career. So it's like I had this idea of what my life as a Mormon woman would be, and it wasn't like the patriarchal norm. But I was too like young and like immature in my understanding of Mormonism to like really see how everything fit together,
part of what's interesting for me about this story, other than you're awesome, is that I got to know you and Connor as this was happening when I was at Utah State. And on the one hand, I experienced what I saw of you and Connor as you guys not only getting along well, but also being able to process all this stuff together, being on the same page, talking about it, getting excited about it. You know, this is when Zelph on the Shelf was formed, even though Connor wasn't maybe a visible part of Zelph on the Shelf. And so compared to a lot of these mixed faith couples that I see in Mormonism where it like wrecks the marriage, for you guys, it almost seemed like it was bonding to you to be able to process your faith crisis together.
Yeah.
But it didn't end up so well because I also think a lot about the fact that you came together because of Mormonism. So talk about what you and Connor processing your Mormon deconstruction together, what that did, how that affected your marriage from the deconstruction forward, if you want to, or not, whatever you want to say about that.
Well, first of all, I'll say that I think saying that it didn't end up so well is not how I see it, because I just think,
thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Again, it's just part of my progression and part of my psyche experiencing what it thinks it needs to experience to be happy, and then realizing, oh, hang on, wait, no, that's actually not the thing. And I think that's a big part of like, you know, when I say we can kind of trust our psyche, I mean, I feel like that's kind of the general process, is like we experience the thing that we think will make us happy for as long as it takes us to realize that it actually doesn't, or that there could be another way, or that we're so desperate for another way that we will finally be brave enough to seek it and to like leave the thing that we're currently dependent on, you know.
So important.
So I regret nothing that happened, and I'm happy I married Connor. But yeah, I mean, like you said, there's a lot of people that leave Mormonism and they're in mixed faith marriages. But like the bar's so low, you know, like both of you realizing that you're in a cult is not like that is one thing. And yeah, in a world where
to build a life on,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Like that's a low fucking bar. Like we both know Mormonism isn't true. Great. And like, obviously there's more in that than that. Like we had more in common. That's why we stayed married for 2.5 more years after that. It's like, you know, we had some good times. We had fun together. There were lots of things we liked about each other. But yeah, we got married really young and under the illusion of Mormonism. And we both just are different people. And the ways that we changed after Mormonism took us in different directions, which I think is normal and healthy. And yeah. Mm-hmm. And I think breakups are amazing and divorce is amazing. And it's so amazing that we live in a time where women especially are able to get divorced and not just be stuck in the situations that they're stuck in, because history has been just riddled with women being stuck in abusive relationships that they can't get out of. Like that's been my family's story. Like that's part of our intergenerational trauma. So... It's amazing,
powerful.
You know, like I think about my grandma in the 60s, 70s, trapped in a marriage with an abusive man who was a great granddad to me, I will say. So again, everything's not black and white. Like my granddad softened in his old age, and to me, he was genuinely a good granddad and like a positive force in my life, but it was a horrifying father. Mm-hmm. And I think about my grandma in that marriage, 3 kids that she has to look after. She couldn't even drive. She didn't have a way to make money. It just wasn't possible to leave your husband then. So she just has to watch her children be abused by this man. She has to be abused by this man. She then, when I'm a kid, has to watch the repercussions of my dad being abused by that man. You know, it's like, it's also, that's so much worse than divorce. Like divorce is just like the dissolving of a socially constructed idea of what a relationship is, and it's amazing that we can do that and move on. I think it's amazing that divorce is becoming less stigmatized, and I think it's awesome. Divorce is the best thing I ever did.
That's right.
It's been amazing.
I do think we would do just so much better as a culture if we were able to celebrate relationships and look at the impact of relationships and realize that love, not all love, can be measured in years, first of all, and impact can happen over a short time. And love can be powerful and real and true for 4 years and have served its purpose in time. And it would just be great to rally around our human beings. And when it ends, be like, amazing. Look at what you created. Look at what you did together. And you can surrender it. And then maybe in the surrendering, even sometimes you say goodbye, and that's the beautiful thing. And sometimes it allows you to have good feelings because you didn't wait so long and stay in that toxicity or whatever, parallel lives for longer. But it just feels like we could mature a lot in the way we look at love and relationships.
Especially because when we see breakups or divorce as a failure, I feel like people often run their love into the ground. And the truth, like the most loving thing me and Connor could have done for each other was get divorced. And so many relationships are built on codependency. And that's the thing, like, we left the church together and we were psychologically dependent on this organization together. Then that's removed. So we become psychologically dependent on each other. You gave us this analogy when we came to you for our divorce sushi. Where if you're like this and one of you falls down, you both fall down. That's codependency. And it's like when the church was removed, we had to be that with each other. But it's like, it's amazing to be able to divorce sushi in the show notes. It's amazing to be able to move on from that and to, I'm not that I'm saying my divorce wasn't messy and that's a whole story that I'm not going to tell, but I very much like left my marriage full of love for Connor. And that I think is worth a lot. Like being able to be real enough with yourself to say like, we might love each other a lot, but we are not helping each other be the fullest, most joyful, most like fulfilled versions of ourselves. And though I am terrified to be alone and I'm terrified to be without you, and it's going to be agony to like break the codependency that we have and to break this attachment that we have and to love from a distance or whatever, like that's the most powerful thing we can do if we want to truly love each other. Like it would be amazing if we had a society that valued that more. And it's so interesting to me because like growing up, my parents were divorced. My mum's actually been divorced twice. And so in my mind, I was like, I will never get divorced. Like, and not that I really even knew, went into marriage, not even knowing what it took to make a marriage work or what it took for a divorce to happen. Like I didn't have a concept of any of that. It was almost just like these weird binaries of like, well, if you're a good person and you do the right things, then you'll stay married and your marriage will be good. And if you get divorced, it's because you did stuff wrong and you were bad in some way. Not seeing all the red flags of like, well, maybe a big precursor to a divorce is getting married so fast when you don't even know the person for 4 seasons or whatever. Where was I going with this point? Anyway, I used to see divorce as like, so I will never be divorced. And now I'm like, I feel zero negativity at all towards being divorced because I'm like, that is the experience I needed to have to learn the lessons I needed to learn to now have an amazing relationship where like every single day I'm so pumped to be in it. And it's like we've been together for 5 years and I still feel like it's like so fun and exciting and like it feels like we're still so madly in love after 5 years. Like that was never going to have been possible for me through like that framework I was sold. And it was never going to be possible for my parents and it was never going to be possible for their parents. And like the ideas that we were all sold about relationships were never going to create the kind of marriage that is actually going to make human beings thrive. And so it's like, if I had to go through a 2.5-year marriage to learn that lesson, like that's a bargain, you know what I mean? To then have like those lessons that you take with you for the rest of your life. And it's like, sometimes you need to experience, again, the thing that you think is going to make you happy. You have to do the thing that you think you need to do to its fullness to like, and I know we didn't have kids or, but you get what I'm saying. We have to like go fully into it to like learn the lesson that it's not the thing. And that shouldn't be a thing that we feel shame about. Like that is amazing. Like not everyone gets that chance,
Yeah. Yeah. I love that framing. I really appreciate that framing. And to say too, it's such an act of courage. It's something that we should admire when a human being can realize, I'm not going to perpetuate trauma either. in sort of living out my triggers, my patterns of coping on another human, even a spouse, not even children, but just a spouse. And sometimes those things can be worked out in being in relationship to another. And sometimes they can't. Sometimes it's literally like, I'm going to stop hurting you. I'm going to stop being in relationship to you. Yeah. And I'm going to actually do my own work for a while. And that's something that I just think that is an act of, that is just a mighty thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like, with codependency, because I just feel like most relationships are codependent and most all unhealthy relationships are. It's like trying to create a healthy relationship with alcohol while you're an active alcoholic. Like, good luck. And yeah. I know it's a bit different, and yeah, sometimes you can. Like, people work through marriage stuff all the time, and that's great. But yeah, I think we were both so young, and there was no like sense in it. There's no reason to. Like, we didn't have kids. It's just like this idea of like just making a marriage work, because that's I could see a world where making a marriage work is like your spiritual practice. It's like your grist for the mill. It's your it's the way that you evolve. But it's like for two 22-year-olds who got married like after knowing each other for not that long, who have no kids, who have no real reason to be, Yeah.
Yep. Beautifully said. So in thinking kind of back now a little bit to the narrative, so you kind of started us on the faith transition, right? That that kind of happened while you were married. So okay, I'm going to tie back to before. When do you feel like your suffering just sort of mounted and things really fell apart for you in a way that was transformative? It like made you pay attention, the suffering, or maybe it didn't happen that way for you. But talk about sort of moments of suffering, and did they make you sort of pay attention to your wounds, your coping in a new way, or was it something else?
So right after leaving Mormonism and being in this marriage, there was an intense period of suffering, of just like, complete nihilism, like no will to live, depression. I had some intense anxiety for a while, and I talked about how as a kid I would have these like obsessive thoughts about a fire at night. Well, that then transformed into like, I'm going to get shot in a Walmart, or, I found it hard to go in public a little bit. Things like that. So was very much just like loose in the wind, like trying to get a foothold. And I had a marriage I was happy to be in, and I had a good job by like the world standards, in that like it paid me well, and I was like quote unquote successful, even though it didn't make me happy. And I had, Tanner was my best friend. He's always been an amazing friend who I've always been able to have just like the best, like deep conversations with about anything that's happening. And then I had other friends as well that would come and go. So there was just a period of like desperately searching for meaning and nihilism. I remember I went to a therapist that John recommended in Logan, because I just felt like I got no will to live right now. And he asked me to make, I know I've told some of this stuff before, so sorry if you're listening and I'm repeating it, but I went to the therapist and he said, well, tell me some things that like make you happy, or like make life good for you. And I said, the only thing I can think of is my cat, Clickbait. I'd recently got a cat called Clickbait. And so I wouldn't say there was like this massive sort of like crescendo of suffering. I would say sort of like leaving the church and like the faith crisis experience was kind of the crescendo, but then the aftermath was kind of equally brutal. And I don't remember the exact timeline, but I remember that therapy session. I was just like, I'm not going to go back, because I'm like, well, this person can't give me like a reason to live, or like this person can't give me meaning. Yeah. And it's like I was so hungry for like something to be like, here's why life is worth living, or here's why.
Yeah.
And it's, there was a vacuum of ideology, and I think a part of me like hungered for an ideology, but then I also was so disillusioned by ideology generally that was a whole thing. And I wasn't like drawn towards spirit. Anything that reeked of spirituality was just a huge no-no to me. Like the word made me cringe. Even people talking about feelings too much was still just like, it was all just like, yeah. I went kind of cold in certain ways. And then the truth is that I didn't need an ideology to fill the vacuum, right? It's like you slowly find meaning through living your life. And like for so long, my life had been like resting on this organization. And, now I didn't have that. So I didn't know it at the time, but I was just, engaged in the slow process of like finding out what's meaningful to you.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's never really like, well, never mind. But I can talk about kind of like what shifted moving forward.
Yeah, we could do that. What I do like recognize a little bit is this pattern of sort of where just like you're describing, we think certain things are the answer. We think if we follow a preset sort of way of doing things that it will fix things for us. It'll make the world safe. It'll, whatever. It'll make us happy. It'll bring us the things we want. And then inevitably, you come to this understanding of like, oh no.
No,
none of it. None of that does that. Right. And then the world turns just sort of dark and it empties and it tends to be like heavy. And there's almost like an untouchable quality. You feel like far away from everything. And that's actually becomes the ground, right? For I was going to say like rebirth, but it's like a new planting. It's like a new sort of where now you hold that. Okay, none of that's true. And what do I do with that? And and it can take years. It's not like something that's super, but is that what it felt like for you? Because there are elements of that to what I'm hearing in your story.
Yeah. But at the time I didn't have like that perspective.
That's right.
I was just like, everything's terrible. We are just like an ape species that got too evolved and life is suffering. I mean, this is all still kind of true, depending how you look at it. But it's just like, no, there is no meaning and everything's just kind of brutal.
Yeah. And it's not about answers because who's to say what the answers are?
Yeah.
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 So what did change it? What was the catalyst for you where you experienced a different way what was that for you?
So there's a lot of pieces. I don't even know if I'll remember them all as we're talking, but I'll talk about a few. So I mentioned Clickbait, my cat.
Yes.
He was surprisingly instrumental. So me and Connor had got Clickbait kind of on a whim, just for something to do. And I had cats growing up. So like, I knew how to take care of them, but like I wasn't a cat person or even a pet person or an animal person or a nature person. Like I just was kind of, I don't know. Yeah. And I got this cat, and he was a tiny kitten when I got him, like 5 or 6 weeks old. And this was like the first sense of like meaning I'd had in my life for a while. Because it was like, well, regardless of how you feel, like this tiny being is dependent on you for survival. And so I remember, like, I worked at USU doing this copywriting job that I hated. It was so boring. I just wanted to gouge my eyes out every day I was there. And I remember it put like a pep in my step, knowing that like on my lunch break, I could go home and see Clickbait, or after work, I would get to go home and see Clickbait. And I think there's also something about like the unconditional love of an animal who's just like unproblematic, just loves you. So yeah, this was like my first experience of being like responsible for like another living being. And that was very fulfilling to me. And that also then like got me thinking just things about like animal rights in general. I don't remember around what time I read the book Sapiens, but like I was learning stuff about like evolution a lot around this time. I was watching a lot of David Attenborough documentaries, and like getting like more of a real sense of like why humans are here and like why we are this way. And I I started to learn more about the animal agriculture industry, the meat and dairy industry, how much it tortures animals. And, I'd kind of known stuff my whole life because my grandma was a vegan, my dad's a vegetarian. And basically having clickbait and seeing how vulnerable he was and like how much it would hurt me if he was in pain, like got me like really invested in animal rights. And so I decided I wanted to eat vegan and be vegan. And that also added like some meaning to my life. And I think it was like, it was greatly needed. Like I also remember the day after I decided to start eating vegan, just having this like vitality in me for like the first time in a while. Cause I was like, okay, I have like a purpose, or I have like what I can do today is like not contribute to animal suffering by buying meat and dairy. Yeah. And that was like a small, it wasn't enough to like fix me and, make me whole, whatever. But it was just like the first puzzle piece of like, that's something that's important to me and that I have like independently come to, there's no independently come to, but, it's like you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So that was like a nice little piece. I also started getting more connected to nature because it actually was originally because I just wanted to get good Instagram photos. And at the time it was like it still is, but getting good nature shots was very cool on Instagram. And we lived in Logan, so there's not a lot to do in Logan, but there's gorgeous hiking. Mm-hmm. So me and Connor would like, sometimes just to take a photo, would like go out to these places in nature. But moral of the story, we started hiking. Like that was a thing I'd not really done before, but me, Tanner and Connor and some of our other friends would just go hiking on Sundays in Logan. And that started to give me like this new connection to nature that I'd never really appreciated before. And I'd grown up, my grandma was very into hiking or walking, as we would have called it in England. And she would always take me into the woods and we would, just walk around, and she would be so like basking in nature. And it was so, it meant everything to her. Like she would have to do like 2 hours walking every day, like in the woods, just by herself or with me if I would come. And so it was like these things that I'd done as a child, but like had done because I wanted to spend time with my grandma, not necessarily, or I don't know, because I wanted to have exercise so I could be thin, who knows. But I didn't have a connection to nature necessarily as a child, or I didn't think about it that way. But then as I'm like doing this as an adult, I'm realizing how like fulfilling it is and how, I don't know, it because again, I was watching all these nature documentaries, learning a lot about evolutionary biology. It was all kind of like merging with this growing sense of like what I am, which is just like a Homo sapiens in a advanced civilization with these problems, because like these things are not conducive to or not supportive of like our nature. And, so I was starting to get a more accurate sense of like humanity, I suppose, and like my place in it. Yeah. And how like we are just another animal. Like we are mammals. We're not like some separate class of animals from mammals. So yeah, like connection to nature and animals really started coming in. And then through some very safe, very controlled psychedelic experiences, that opened my mind up to, well, it basically showed me like there is a well of emotion within you that you don't access and that you have resisted your whole life.
Oh, I can just imagine the impact of that given what you've just shared today.
Yeah.
Can I, and you may not want to talk about it, but you like in the past, let's just say 3 to 4 years, there's been a real uptick in psychedelic use since Michael Pollan wrote the book, How to Change Your Mind. And not just in the ex-Mormon community, but broader. My sense is you kind of experimented with psilocybin before the massive upswing. Like you have a tattoo. Like when did you get that? When did you get that tattoo?
I got this like 4 years ago, I think.
Yeah. So you were a little bit ahead of the trend, a tiny bit. Yeah. Is there anything you want to say about that experience? What led to it?
Well, I think it was because I was into Sam Harris. I think that was probably, but also with any, before something enters the mainstream, it's building in momentum before that. So I guess I just like caught the wave like slightly sooner than, but it was happening. Like it was on Reddit. People were talking about it. you know, like I went into it knowing like this is a thing a lot of people, you know, get a lot out of and that is safe. I've always been very safety conscious. So like the idea of doing any drugs was always an absolute no to me my whole life. But then once I started like, you know, seeing the science and being like, okay, this is safe to do and has these potential benefits, then I was open-minded.
But it was it was an important enough experience for you to get a tattoo of a mushroom.
Yeah.
So is it worth telling us that experience, how it affected you?
Yeah. So actually, you know, despite me saying all that about, you know, researching, Tanner was really into the idea of trying psychedelics because he wanted to have this like sort of philosophical, explorative consciousness experience. And I was sort of just like, well, let's do it. I'm open, you know. And I knew enough to know that it was safe and that people got good stuff out of it. But I remember thinking before I first tried mushrooms, I remember saying to Tanner, I was like, I'm not looking to have any kind of like deep experience here. I just want to like have a fun time. And Tanner was like, okay.
He's like,
and then
try that.
Yeah. And then quickly learned that, you know, it was going to be a deep exploration of emotion and consciousness. And yeah.
How would you describe it for you? And you've probably done a number, but if we're going to just kind of stick with your maybe the initial ones.
Yeah.
What was the impact and what were the shifts that you kind of experienced?
And how many milligrams?
Oh God, I don't remember, but not that much. Like definitely the first time, not that much. And even like I've never done like a crazy amount of psilocybin. It's always been like, are you even allowed to say it? But it's always been like under about like 3, I would say. Maybe
grams.
peaking at 3, yeah. So, but anyway, first time I just remember the colors of we were on a hike and the colors of everything were brighter. But I had this sense that like, it wasn't like I didn't feel like I was hallucinating. It was very much felt like just like a filter had been removed, which I do believe is true. Like I think, you know, our brains have to like make things more static than they are for us to like, you know, not be constantly all over the place moving through the world. So I feel like it was like and also isn't it true that there's also there's no like core color of a thing, right? It's all perception. But anyway,
right.
Colors were brighter.
Reflects off of it.
Yeah, nature was beautiful, but like beautiful in a more like emotional way.
So did you feel more connected with a part of you that you didn't have access to maybe in your everyday?
I'd say the first time it was more about like nature and I felt connected to myself at like an evolutionary level.
Got it.
And I also, you know, got a sense of like, oh, everything's like so much bigger than I think it is in my tiny little mind. And I got that sense of like interconnectedness that is common with psychedelics of just like every single thing is like happening because of the influence of billions of years of evolution. Everything is influenced by a million other factors that we can't even see or control. And like just the idea that we, you know.
Wow. So very macro.
Yeah, I would say so. But then also micro, because it's like I could look at a leaf and it would be stunning. And I'm like seeing it in a detail I would never have even considered like looking at it in. Yeah. I feel like if you're like an artist or something you do. But for me, no, I've never been like a particularly visual person. It's always been like words. So yeah, but sort of like the most powerful psychedelic experience I had, also mushrooms, was when it basically was an experience that taught me about reparenting before I knew what reparenting was. So I took mushrooms and I was kind of transported in my mind. And again, I've never had any like hallucinogenic experiences. I've never done enough to be like the way that it's shown in movies is not true to my experience. It's more just like my heart feels open and my brain is like working in these new ways, but none of it is, I've never seen things or just if anyone's scared of that. But this one time I was transported back. And when I say transported, again, it's not like I was like taken over by a thing. It's like I'm choosing to go there because my brain is prompting me to go there, you know. To a time in childhood where there's domestic violence happening in my home, and I'm terrified and I'm running to the phone to try and call my grandma. And then my grandma came over and then I remembered so vivid, and I hadn't really ever like thought about this in my adult life. And I was like, that's so wild that my grandma would come over and just like hold me and and like make everything better and like thank God, because imagine if she wasn't there. I just really got a sense for like, you know, even though she couldn't always be there, it was like amazing that she could be that much. And so then that really made me realize how much like, I suppose like everything, how do I explain this? It made me realize that like the tenderness with which my grandma would treat me is the tenderness I should treat myself with, because like I am still that person who was 5 in that situation, because I can feel her in me. Like I was there, I experienced that, and everything I've experienced since then, like everything we've ever experienced forms the foundation for everything that comes next. And so I had this, I was like just basically being plunged back into the emotion of like those scary early childhood times.
Yeah.
And I realized so clearly that like I, as an adult, and I'd never, again, I don't think I'd even heard of reparenting, or like this was like a concept that my brain, you know, I think our psyche's just somewhere deep in us know to do. I just knew that I had to like comfort that child and hug her. And I imagined like what I would say now if I was an adult who could go, you know, and I thought a lot about how like the way that my grandma handled it is exactly how I would now handle it as an adult, which I'd always loved my grandma. I'd always have had nothing but respect for her my whole life. But it like dramatically increased the level of respect I had for her, of like, wow, no other adult in my life knew how to show up for me in that situation, children generally. And she knew, like she just had this intuitive sense of like what I needed and how to show up. And like I benefited from that. Like as much as she couldn't take it away, like she did like the maximum amount she could. So then but then it was, I also with mushrooms have had situations where, sorry, my mind is all over the place trying to think of the best way to frame this. But
you're doing great.
Moral of the story is, I had a lot of experiences that showed me the importance of showing up for my inner child, like recognizing that in a lot of moments in life where I'm scared or my attachment insecurity is raging, or, you know, I feel like no one likes me, or I feel like I'm not good enough. Like you can trace all that back to when you first felt that as a child and how vulnerable you were at that time and how you weren't getting like the guidance and the support and like the validation you needed.
Yes.
And realizing the importance of like being that for yourself now as an adult, and like when things come up, it was really beautiful, you know, like I imagined giving myself as a child like a big hug, just the way my grandma would. So it connected me to my inner child, but it also connected me to my grandma. And then she, you know, it was also, sorry, I should give this context, but my grandma, I think she had died by this point. So my grandma died around the time that I was taking psychedelics. So that was also kind of perfect timing, because it's like I'm processing her death, and I'd processed all my other grandparents' deaths. She was my last grandparent to die, and she died at 76, which was really young for how healthy she was. It was kind of tragic. But basically with psychedelics, I was able to process her death through like such a beautiful lens where I'm like actually processing it. And it's like with my other grandparents, I hadn't really needed to process it in any kind of like big meaningful way. It was just like, that's sad, but people do die. And like, you know, I'd feel sad. But with her, she was like such a different figure in my life than everyone else. And so it was a different type of grief, and it was a different type of, like, I think it's so, I'm glad, maybe this could have happened with or without psychedelics, who's to say, but I'm glad I was able to like honor her death. To like, I was able to go fully into it all. And like not only process the fact that she's gone, and I'm sad about that, but like everything she did for me in my life that like I'd always had a sense of like, she's a great grandma, she's amazing, I love her. But like really getting a sense for like what she meant to me and what she did for me. Yeah. Sorry, I repeated myself a few times there, but basically psychedelics forced me to confront my inner child, and also just see how everything is interconnected. And like another thing I realized on psychedelics, which I know to some people is controversial, is like free will doesn't exist the way that we think about it. Like everyone is the product of their genetics and experiences, and everything we have is like, you know, our brains are machines and neurons that fire together, wire together. So this idea that people are good and bad just like became so nonsensical to me and so like unscientific and illogical, which then like slowly started expanding my circle of compassion to where I could feel more and more empathy for different types of people. And like I could look at anyone who had done like any bad thing and like feel empathy for them, which then I started to feel like connected to Jesus, or at least like the words of Jesus that I've read. I don't know. I'm not like a scholar in like what's historical and what isn't, but things that Jesus said started to make more sense to me, you know, like how he was so concerned with bring all the children to me. Like I could see so clearly how the way that we make society better is by not traumatizing children as much, because we traumatize children. They don't get what they need. They have these maladaptive coping mechanisms. They have this, you know, generally the more traumatized you are, the bigger your ego, in that like the more of a mask you feel that you have to wear, because there's a bigger disconnect between what life expects of you publicly and like what you're feeling inside. And that just creates like untold conflict and misery. So I felt like I really connected with that idea of, you know, Jesus always going on about the kids and being like, bring them to me. And I saw how that is like the foundation of a healthy society, is like children being treated well.
Yeah.
And other things, you know, there's a lot of things Jesus said that I now, you know, relate to a lot or align with. But when Mormon, it was just kind of so superficial, like the way I would relate to Jesus.
Yeah. It's interesting because as you're kind of talking, it makes me think of like that time where you were feeling kind of just that vacuum or depression, or as like a turning off of your engine and things just getting really quiet. But then you're like, as you are describing some of the things that were part of that impetus for change, it's like your kitty, right? It didn't seem like tremendously planned.
Yes.
It felt like, oh, let's just go and get a kitty.
Yeah.
Or like the things that you're describing, they don't seem like, do you know what I mean? Like so prescriptive, or like,
bullet.
I should do this. And now it seems like you were just kind of open and life came and then you did the thing and then it ended up bringing a bit of new life. Like the kitty ends up being this light for you, where you can live for another before maybe you live for yourself. You can live for this other living thing. And then same with veganism. It's like, well, how can I not cause suffering? I'm suffering. That's making me feel for collective suffering. What can I do? It gives you this like, okay, I won't hurt, animals, or in that way. It feels like so organic, that process. And even like your mushroom experience, that also feels like, and it's like turning the engine back on. But it's not like you were trying. It didn't feel it when you're telling it. Like my purpose is that I want to like give myself purpose again, or it's just like you're just trying different things. You're being alive and receptive. And then slowly it sort of feels like you're having more and more that you care about, that's connecting for you. Is that how you would describe it?
And I really have connected a lot with Taoism since, leaving Mormonism, and just the idea that when you kind of surrender to the flow of life, you can trust that it will unfold in the ways it needs to. And that's why I'm always talking about like, you can trust your psyche more than you realize. And it's our attempts to like grasp or like hunger after an ideology, or for someone to like tell us what's going to give us meaning. Like all of that is like so futile, and what like leads us down these really like random weird paths that like don't lead to the thing. Because I mean, obviously like 1 million people can get a cat or do psychedelics or do any of that stuff, and it's not going to change their life like that. It could just be like, nothing, or even a negative experience. But it's like, I think I just had the right combination because of leaving Mormonism of like skepticism and openness, which I feel like is important, because sometimes you can be too open and there's not enough skepticism, and sometimes you can be too skeptical and there's not enough openness. But somehow, like through chance, I had like the right combo of the two to, and it was obviously like, I think after you leave Mormonism, you're often in like you're thinking a lot, you're always like looking for meaning. You're looking for the lessons that you can learn. So, I get a cat, if I would have got a cat while Mormon, would I have become a vegan because of it? Probably not. I don't know, maybe. But I was just, I suppose, in the right mindset to learn those things. And it is interesting because it was almost like a time when I'd like given up on like finding meaning. It's like when I gave up on finding meaning, I found it, which feels very Taoist and like,
which I want to dive a little more into too, about what you love about it. But yeah, I love that aspect of it. What? Yes, John.
Yes, John.
This is a topic that you may not want to talk about, or you may not want it to be published, but I'm dying to ask it because I knew you when, and I was observing something specific that I want to ask about.
Yeah.
So this is my attempt at obtaining consent.
Which you can also decline in the moment.
That's
you can say,
So I noticed a lot of, this is the first time I was kind of close to somebody who was using cannabis. And we may or may not cut this out. But as I was experiencing you and Tanner and I don't know, maybe Connor experimenting with cannabis, I had some really mixed feelings. On the one hand, it seemed kind of fun and exciting. It seemed like it would lend to some creativity or just enjoyment, or even, anxiety management or distress tolerance or whatever, emotion regulation, dealing with the difficulties of what you were all going through. On the other hand, sometimes it seemed like it wasn't healthy. It was excessive.
Really?
It was, I'm making all this up. Like, I don't know. But no, I felt like you sometimes expressed that it might have been excessive. So it's not so much my judgment. It was what I remember hearing from you, that it got to be, at some point it moved from being fun or just self-medicating to kind of almost maybe even disabling. But I'm more interested, instead of planting or seeding your reaction, just hearing your reflections on the role of cannabis, because obviously more and more people are using cannabis these days. And I just want to know what role cannabis played and how that's settled for you now. And then I want to jump right back to where Margi was going. But I think this is an important topic.
Yeah, thanks for asking. And I'm definitely not as into cannabis now. I mean, I think I still will use it, and I think it has value and stuff. But yeah, there was a period in my marriage where I did use it a lot. The way I see that is, there was a time in my marriage where it was a coping mechanism. But do I think it ever became harmful or too negative? Like, no, I don't, because I was using it like as a coping mechanism, but I was, I never smoked it. I never, I would only like vapor dry herb in like the safest vaporizer, not like the oil pens, or the way I would do it would always be the safest way I could in like, I wasn't like driving around on it or stuff like that. I wasn't going to work high. I don't think I even had a job at that point. But I think there was a time when I felt like, there was a time when it did do a lot for me in terms of like unlocking my creativity. And for a period of time, cannabis helped me actually a lot with processing childhood trauma, because it would bring memories to the surface like so viscerally. And that was really helpful. And also, to be frank, there was just a period in my marriage where I was just like, life just like wasn't my favorite, but with cannabis, life was good, and it made me want to go on a walk and look at the cranes, and it made me want to make a stupid YouTube video or like clean my apartment. And, if it's not having any real detrimental effect on your health, then it's like, ideally none of us would need a substance to function optimally, but I just don't think that's how humans work. Like, humans have always had vices in every society. And I feel like around that time, I was also just like such a healthy eater, like just so much plant-based eating. It also helped me. Oh, so another thing I want to talk about, actually, this is a bit of a segue. So I don't know, do you feel like I've answered your question enough?
So, well, yeah, I mean,
I guess what I'm saying is it's not black and white. And I know I understand the mindset of like, oh, well, you seem kind of dependent on it. And it's like, yeah, it probably was. But like, cannabis is not meth. It's not cocaine. It's not alcohol. It's not even sugar. So I just think, as much as, yes, for a period of time I was dependent on it, like I was conscious the whole time of like the reality of what was happening. And, if things had ever got to a thing where I thought I should be worried, I would have been worried, like you've I've never been someone who's like reckless with health or well-being. And if my life is like going down the pan because of something I'm doing, like I'm very aware of it and I'm not, you know.
And just to close out the top.
It helped more than it hurt, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
The benefits outweighed the cons. And I knew it wouldn't be like that forever. But for that period in my life, it was very helpful.
And just to close out the topic, I guess at some point you decided to use it less. And if so, why?
Yeah, it was just kind of gradual. I just think because like, also there's kind of, can be a honeymoon period with cannabis and it can do a lot for you. And then I think as I've got older and I can access those mindsets without it, it's kind of like that with psychedelics too. You know, in the beginning, like I so desperately wanted to access those mindsets because they opened me up in all these ways. But now I sort of know how to access them without that. And I still think cannabis is great, can be great, and I still enjoy it. And yeah, as I said, I think there's good things in it.
And is the part of the reason why you can access it now a bit more on your own? Is that because those connections have been made in your brain? So now they're yours to actually retrieve. And
I know that for some people, like the experiences I've had on psilocybin, for example, like they have those experiences without it. I just think for me personally, that wouldn't have been possible. Yeah. I mean, you never know because like who's to say? Yeah. But it's like I definitely needed to be like strapped to the rocket and, you know, because I wasn't about to like start a meditation practice and get there that way or even choose to go back to a time of life. Yeah. Or like realize that I needed to. Exactly. Like there was not, that belief was not installed in my mind of like, you need to revisit your childhood. Like, no way. That would have been like the furthest thing.
And I know a lot of people that would be like, no, I would not choose to do that. No. Yeah. Yeah. So.
But it was amazing. Like what psilocybin did for me is like, what religion like kind of claims to be able to do, like that genuine feeling of like baptism through fire sometimes because you have to like revisit some of the hardest things in your life or feeling like this sense of oneness with everything, like feeling, you know, that feeling of like doing psychedelics, I understood what it meant when God is like, I am that I am. And like, that is the biggest truth about God. Like that is everything is interconnected. Like there is no truth about ourselves other than just like I am. All of those things. So I'm like kind of like butchering. I could have done a bigger explanation of all that, but I'm not really.
That was great.
Feeling inclined.
That was brilliant. That was brilliant.
But yeah, there's like a bunch of stoners watching who could do a better job explaining that. But anyway, what were we saying?
No, so you had a segue from there to something else you wanted to.
Talking about cannabis. Oh, another thing that was a big, there's been a lot of things that have like improved my life by like 7%, if you know what I mean. There's not been like one big 100% thing, but one thing, so I lived on the Jordan River at this time during my marriage when I was using cannabis too much, according to John. And I would go on walks every day and I was building this relationship with the river. And it was also cool because I moved there in the winter and then I watched like how the river would transform in the spring and then into the summer. And then there were these giant cranes here and like you watch the baby ducks grow up. And I'd never had that kind of like connection to the seasons of nature before. So that was really beautiful. And like every, you know, going from winter into spring into summer, it's like every day there's like a new flower or a new bird or like a new thing happening. And it's so like full of life. Anyway, so I started going on walks every day. Well, yeah, I started going on walks every day and that was really powerful. And then I found this podcast called My Dad Wrote a Porno. This sounds silly, but this is a pivotal point in my healing journey. And this is just a comedy podcast, like 3 British people being funny, roasting this erotic fiction book that one of their dads had written. And this book, it was like feeding my like, you know, homesickness and like missing British people and like British humor. And this podcast just made me feel so good that I was like, well, if I'm going to be listening to this podcast, I might as well like move my body while I'm listening to it because I can't just like sit still and listen to a podcast. So I started going to the gym every day and I would like speed walk on an incline on the treadmill listening to this podcast. So I started doing 30 minutes of cardio every day. And that was amazing. Like I had gone from, you know, just being too depressed to even move and even like getting out the house once was kind of difficult. To getting this like daily movement practice in. And then I, you know, advanced it a bit when I felt like it, like I'd do like a little bit of Pilates or, you know, strength stuff. And that became like kind of a non-negotiable every day. Not as, I wasn't pushing myself. It was mostly like speed walking and, it was all very balanced compared to, eating disordered working out. So this is like the first time in my life I'd had like this really healthy exercise practice. And it was all thanks to this podcast because like, I don't know, something about like how happy, it's like I did an accidental habit stack where I combined something that made me so happy with something else that was like kind of like a new habit I wanted to build that was a bit tough. Although I will say like the reason I even would go to the gym once in a while before that was because of cannabis. Like that would help me go to the gym and get some movement in even when I still lived in Logan. So that's another thing about that. Yeah. There's a lot of things that cannabis can motivate you to do because it just kind of adds like a little like layer of sparkle to things, which at the time I desperately needed. And I'm like, I was sparkle deficient, because I just left a high demand religion. So it's like, it was nice to have that. Yeah.
That's it. I'm trying it tonight.
Yeah, I believe it.
That's so interesting. It's so interesting how that pairing,
you
attached it to something and then you kind of got double the.
Yeah. And then now like ever since, I mean, that was like 5.5 years ago, 5.5 years ago, like now movement is just like a thing I always like want to do. I mean, not, you have days where you want to rest, but it's like before then exercise was just such a different thing to me. It was like something I had to try and make myself do.
Exactly.
And then from then forward, it's just been like this joyful pursuit that, has been amazing.
That shift I feel like is huge.
Yeah.
Moving it from like a should or a chore or almost even like a punishment for eating or like so much of the disordered eating that's around to a joy.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure. It's something I do for myself. Yeah. I love that.
Yeah.
So, all right. I want to build on this because it's sort of, I feel like now we're naturally going into rebuilding, which is like so beautiful. Like happy to be here. But before we do, just because I think processing loss and having grief come up is such a key part of the journey that I don't want to skip it. So for you, I'm curious about this, kind of what grief and loss looked like for you. And did you ever feel like that you had to grieve at all the childhood you wish you had had or the love you wish you had, you know what I mean? Anything retroactive for you that way or less so?
Do you know what? I feel like I've never really been a person who has regrets because I've always just seen how everything leads to where you are right now. And so I think by the time I had started thinking about my childhood enough to mourn that I didn't have certain things, I was already in a place that I wouldn't have changed. So I'd say no, I didn't have to grieve the childhood I didn't have. I mean, there's still like pain that I would have to process of like, that's so painful that I had to go through that in that way or whatever. But everything's always felt like, I don't know, it's just been like sort of a bizarre trajectory that I've been on my whole life, but like it all makes sense and it feels like it's just got better and better. Like, the faith crisis really sucked, but it's like my time as a Mormon was good. I had a good time. I, was able to get away from my childhood in a way that felt good.
Yeah.
And then I was in a marriage that for a while I really liked or, wouldn't have changed. And then in my marriage, I was able to like explore meaning and purpose and learn about myself. And I kind of had like the safe containment of my marriage for the time that I needed it. So yeah, I would say like no retroactive mourning. No.
What did you grieve or what did you have to process as loss?
I mean, there's the loss of your grandma. Did you have to grieve that?
Yeah, that was obviously a big grief loss thing. But also it was like, that really taught me how much grief can be like an additive thing. Like grieving the right way, not that there's a right way. How do I explain this? Grieving in a way that like honors yourself and the person and the relationship you had and like everything they meant to you. Like grieving in a way that just really honors the grief.
Right.
Can add so much to your life. So where was I going with this? What were we talking about?
Grief.
You also had mentioned free will, grieving.
Yeah, that actually was a bit of a grieving thing. Like I remember when I had this kind of moment where I just realized, well, like, where would free will come in? Like, I remember at the time I was thinking about my mum. I was like, where would be the point where free will would come in? Like, she's born into this family, her brain is wired this one. I mean, it doesn't have to be my mum, it's literally anyone. But you know, your brain is wired towards these things. You're taught what's good and what's bad. Your brain, you know, whether or not you act in rebellion to the things you've been taught or in adherence to them, like whatever it is, like we all can only access thoughts that, like, we don't choose what thoughts we get to have. Like if I ask you, name a movie, you don't get to scan every movie in the world to figure out which movie's going to come to me. It's just like what comes to mind. And like we only ever we can only ever make choices that our brain thinks to make. And like we're never going to think of every choice we could make in a situation. The choices that even become available to us as like potential options are the result of all of our conditioning and genetics and all of that interacting. And then what choice we make is going to be our brain weighing up like all of its values and like what, you know, all of the information it has to see what seems best. And so I just couldn't see a case for free will. Like, even though it's like a useful construct, you know, it's useful to live as if we have free will. You have to, like, you can't get away from it as like you have to live believing that you have free will on some level in the way that you act, because I don't know if anyone is able to walk around we're wired to feel like we're acting, you know. Anyway.
Do you have practices around grief at all to help you process grief, or did any emerge during that time? Like, what does grief and loss, like, how does it show up for you? What does it look like?
Practices, I would journal a lot. That's always been a big one for me. Just like writing out feelings. I'm very much a person who's like, well, I suppose I'm always, the way that I journal is usually through the lens of like, this is what's going on. This is kind of what I think my higher truth is in this situation, and like what I need to keep in mind, or what, you know, what I think is the best course of action. I guess I'm always trying to like contextualize everything through the lens of like, what do I need to do? Like, how do I need to show up for myself? In terms of practices with grief, I suppose just like, it's just normal stuff like journaling, meditation, just sitting with the feelings, talking about them with others.
Those are great. Those are brilliant. Do you have a meditation? What does your meditation look like right now?
Well, it can be sporadic, but I generally do a type of meditation where you just bring your attention to the breath, and then when your mind wanders, you bring it back. I've done like small amounts of transcendental meditation, but I feel like TM is kind of like gate kept. So I don't know if I would, you know, I've just like taken on the mantra of Om if I do it. And so some people would say that's not real I don't know. But I think meditation's really good. And I also love the Headspace app. I'm like the biggest advocate. I feel like people will be purists about meditation for reasons I don't understand, of like, I should just do it, you know, on my own with no guidance. But I'm just like, that's why I feel like people don't really grasp meditation that well. So I've loved the Headspace app. I know there's like different apps that do it, but the guy who made it is, I think, a trained Tibetan monk, even though he's just this down-to-earth English dude. And so he taught me meditation, like line upon line. And actually going through my divorce was when I got the most heavily into my meditation practice. And I would do like 20 minutes twice a day with the Headspace app. And that was like massive. I even like got off Adderall, because I'd been medicated with Adderall for ADHD for years. But when I was meditating that much, like I didn't need it. I had such a clear mind that I felt so sort of not in control of, but it's like, I was so friendly with my mind is the best way I can describe it.
That's a great way to put it. Well, beautiful. Okay, so let's go ahead and head back to rebuilding, which you had already just sort of naturally flowed into through talking about a little bit about Taoism, right? And what you love about it. And so you were kind of just beginning to kind of say, how it shows up in your life. And do you want to say anything else about what you love about it and what's useful, like what comes to mind a lot about Taoism that you think is benefits or informs your experiences now?
I think I've just seen how true it is that when you surrender to life rather than trying to control it, like how much happier we are, how much more ease we can live with, how much things will flow into our lives that, are beneficial for us. I think so many of us, and I think like a false perception of free will can be part of this. It's like we feel like we can control so much more of life than we actually can, which causes so much suffering. Instead of, like when things happen, we're so quick to be like, how dare you? Or like, how can this? And all those things like just cause suffering because the reality is like this. So like, yeah, you can be curious about why, like what are the factors that led to this happening? But I feel like so often we just get stuck in this like,
it's like resistance.
Resistance. And which leads to like blame, which leads to conflict, which like limits your ability to like holistically understand a situation. So I appreciate that Taoism is all about like just looking at what's in front of you and saying yes to it and just seeing what unfolds. And, not that means you become apathetic or anything. I think if anything, I recently stopped working at my tech job that I worked in for 4.5 years. So I've been making my work schedule very like free and open and breezy and just kind of allowing myself to say yes to what makes sense. And just even that feels like quite a Taoist transition, like going from this like scheduled, regimented. And it is amazing, like the way my energy will be, I'll have like a natural supply of energy that wasn't there before because it's, I don't know, when you just kind of like create space around like in your day, I just feel like you can see what am I naturally energized towards doing. And then the things that you have natural energy for doing are probably going to be the things that are going to lead to the best outcomes for you in life because you actually want to do it from a place of genuine like zest rather than like always living in opposition to, when I was in my tech job, I might have like hours of free time in the day, but because I felt like I should be doing something for this job, I'd waste it on my phone, or it's like I'm still like living in opposition to this thing rather than like genuinely having, it's like time takes on a completely different quality when you allow it to be like open. Yeah. Am I talking in too abstract woo-woo terms? What do you think?
No, I totally get it. And I think it's such an interesting foil to Mormonism, honestly, where everything is so effortful.
Yes.
And there's just a lot of natural...
endure to the end.
Right? And control, control, effort, all the things to do to create, that illusion that you're going to be safe, as opposed to this idea of going with the stream, like going with that flow and trusting that it takes you. There's kind of this.
Especially because in Mormonism, the things that you try to resist, how many people have fallen into potentially a genuine porn addiction because porn is so vilified that they feel so much shame because they watch it one time that they then like, that's kind of one of their own only high sources of dopamine, like quick, easy dopamine. So like they are more likely to watch porn because of their resistance to porn. And then that can become, like what we resist does persist. That feels very true.
Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned the podcast. My dad wrote a porno podcast as being, and is it the podcast too? Not just that it was coupled with the exercise. Was the podcast really itself beneficial?
The podcast was good, because it was just these 3 British friends, like around my age, laughing, bantering together. It was so like healing for me, I think, to just like be exposed to just 3 normal people living their lives.
Yeah.
And like having a laugh like that. Yeah. I really needed that. And like life didn't have to be, I think before then I'd been listening to a lot of like deep philosophical podcasts and like searching so hard for meaning. But it was actually when I like relinquished that control and was like, just listen to a podcast because you think it's really funny. And like just walk on the treadmill because like, it feels good to like do it, and it feels good to have done it once you've done it. And, you know, I feel like all the things that have made the biggest difference to my health and well-being and life and happiness have been sort of like the more gentle, easygoing things. And I feel like these campaigns we go on to like change our lives, and like, I mean, they can be good and maybe it's personality dependent, but I feel like I find a lot more success with just what feels fun and nice and joyful in this moment.
Yeah.
And then if you have a good time listening to a podcast and speed walking on the treadmill, you're a lot more likely to do it again than if you were like, okay, I'm going to put on a really fast song and I'm going to run for 30 minutes and I'm going to just suffer through it. Like, you probably aren't going to want to do that again.
That's right.
In the same way.
Yeah. Yep. The power of humor.
Yeah. Yeah. And just like,
it's real,
not
for
taking
sure.
things so seriously, generally.
Yeah. Serious. That's another thing Mormonism, I think, is so great at, is just everything is grave. Everything is serious. Everything
your
matters.
salvation depends on everything.
That's right.
Yeah.
But it's just humor and levity and lightness, and can be a relief. Yeah. So, are there other, well, I kind of want to put reparenting aside and do like kind of a deep, but other resources that you would want to mention as part of like important, like perspectives to your rebuilding?
Oh yeah. So after I had that mushroom reparenting experience, I read a book called Inner Bonding by Margaret Paul, which I loved. It changed my life. It changed several of my friends' lives as well. It just gives a really good framework for, because, you know, people say like, show up for your inner child. And it's like, what does that actually mean?
Yeah,
I'm someone that really likes
that.
sort of a formula or like a clearly laid out system. And it really gives you that. And it's, yeah, I think that's an amazing book.
So I'm going to put a pin in it and we'll come back to it, because I kind of want to explore in depth kind of what that looks like and how it comes up for you, and if you don't mind. Yeah. But, so other books or resources that you would kind of mention. I know you love Eckhart Tolle.
I do love Eckhart Tolle. That was another sort of 7% life increase of well-being. I
love that you have the measurement. 7%, exactly.
It's like, it's significant enough, but it's not like,
it's not going to
change your whole life. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I read The Power of Now, which at first I was skeptical of, because at first I was like, this language is kind of woo-woo. This all feels a bit abstract. But I was like, well, I've heard it's good. You know, I'll give it a chance. And I remember this one line, and I think this was pre my reparenting realizations. But there's this one line where he just talks about how most of the thoughts we have every day are repetitive, and most of like the anxious or negative thoughts are thoughts that we had yesterday. And like we like to think of ourselves as so original, but really it's just like patterns of thinking. And for some reason, when I read that line, that's when I kind of was like, okay, this book has something for me. And so this thing that previously I'd been reading and had felt kind of woo-woo kind of took on this whole new quality. And I was like, oh, I get it. I get what he's saying. I feel like Eckhart Tolle's not for everyone. And some people do read him and it's just, it doesn't click. And I think that's fine. Everyone resonates with different things. But The Power of Now and then his book, A New Earth, really helped me a lot. The way that he describes the concept of ego has been so helpful to me. Yeah. So yeah, him. Also Tara Brach. You do like Tara Brach? Yeah.
I do. What was it about in particular True Refuge though? Do you have any takeaways, or do you remember any shifts from that book that were in particular?
I read it quite a while ago. I feel like the book is basically about like kind of what we've been talking about, which is not thinking that like one thing is going to be the thing. Like, don't get too attached to your method. Like, we're all kind of on a journey, and some things are going to resonate and some things are not, but don't, especially I think when you come out of a high demand religion, again, you're so hungry to like latch onto a mindset. And if you find something that works for you, and I really like relate to this impulse because it's in me a lot, is like you find something that really works and you just are like, everyone needs to know about this. Everyone needs to be doing this. This is like the thing. And so I feel like that book does a good job of being like, here's how to sit with your feelings, honor your feelings, sort of confront what's actually true rather than like all these stories in your head, but then also in a way that isn't, like ideologically attached. Or how would you describe it? Does that sound true?
Yeah, it sounds great. I actually haven't read True Refuge. I read she wrote another one. And I've listened to her meditations.
Radical Acceptance?
Yeah, Radical
That's the
Acceptance.
other one I read.
Which
Yeah, they're kind of similar.
Okay.
They're not that different.
Yeah, I would say it is around kind of slowly leading you to this place where you can be a container for your experiences and be a safe container for all that you experience on a level. Like just teaching you kind of like what we talked about with the mental illness approach of difficult emotions, giving you some practices. And she's really great because she will give you actual meditations or actual practices or things for you to kind of do.
Yeah.
And her voice is like the gentlest voice imaginable.
When I first heard her voice, I was like, I can't listen to her. I don't like her voice. But
a lot
then
of people,
I read her books.
I've heard that from
Yeah,
people
my boyfriend
before.
said it to me. Like we both met and like talked about how we'd listened to her, and we liked her writing, but her voice was hard.
Can't do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, she does give a good formula for processing emotions. It's amazing like how much we need to be taught to process emotions, because I think sometimes we think we're processing emotions, but we're really just processing like our analyzing of emotions or our stories, and like maybe our stories become more sophisticated about why we're feeling what we're feeling, but we're not actually doing like the
deeper
physical work of sitting with the emotions. So I like her for that.
Yeah, that makes sense. And is there a book that stands out to you about Taoism that was like something that introduced you to it in a very kind of accessible way? It's okay.
It's just the Tao Te Ching. This is like the only book I've read on it. Yeah.
And then there's the Parents Tao Te Ching too, written by, I don't remember.
And there's the Tao of Pooh.
And then the Tao of Pooh. Yeah, right.
I could see that.
It's like Winnie the Pooh.
That's right.
Applied to Taoism.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought that it sounded very like Zen koan, like the Tao of Pooh.
Oh,
like
it's an actual book.
The grossest thing in the world,
it is.
like the Tao of it all.
Where they use Winnie
you meant
the Pooh.
feces.
That's just how I
Winnie the
heard
Pooh.
it went. Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
I hear that now. I'm just saying it would also make sense.
The Wisdom of Feces by Samantha Shelley.
That's such a Zen koan. Are you fucking kidding me? The Buddhists would eat that up.
Yeah. And then you had also mentioned kind of nature as being kind of okay. Let's delve into reparenting for a little minute, if you don't mind. For people that are new to reparenting, we've touched on it a little bit already, but how would you talk about it? Like, no need to get like all technical, but like, what does it mean to you, the idea of reparenting?
Well, I suppose I feel like a lot of our suffering is tied to these like ideas we have in our mind that we're not good enough, we're not worthy of love, we're not worthy of X, Y, Z. And those ideas are so deep rooted from childhood, because when you're a child and you're going through situations where your needs aren't met, you internalize it as, I don't deserve my needs to be met. That's why this is happening, because it's too scary for a child to realize, oh, my needs are just not being met because my parents aren't capable of meeting them. It's actually more comforting to believe, if I can just strike the right balance here with my behavior or whatever, then they'll be met. It's more hopeful for a child to believe that like they are the problem than to believe that it's just not possible for their needs to be met. So, there's so many times in life where we're triggered in situations where like our reaction to the situation is obviously not about the situation, but it's like someone's not like the person is making us feel this way, but someone says something and it makes us feel like our worth is being called into question, or we have some failure at work and our worth is called into question. There's just endless scenarios in life where that happens. And I feel like if you start like really paying attention, you can see how most things, there's like that underlying story of like, I'm not good enough, I'm not lovable, blah, 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 instead of just like, this is just the reality of the situation. And sometimes you do a bad job at work and that's okay. And your worth doesn't need to be called into question. And like, sometimes people can't show up for you and it's not about you. It's like, they're going through stuff and your worth doesn't need to be called into question. So if we start like tuning in to what's actually going on in those moments where we feel triggered, AKA we're having like an emotional reaction that's bigger than it maybe makes sense for us to be having, or we're just like feeling tender, like we're feeling like there's like a vulnerability point there. We can feel like emotions rising. If you tune in, you can usually trace it back to like, did I feel this in childhood? Yes. If you're feeling it now, then you likely did. And then maybe I don't know that you have to bring to mind a specific memory, but just like trying to sort of like connect with the child version of you that felt that. And as a loving, wiser adult who knows that it wasn't, because it's easier for us to have sympathy for children than our adult selves. It's easier for us to look at ourselves when we're 5 and be like, I wasn't bad, actually. My parents just weren't capable of giving me what we need. But it can be harder to do that at like 29. Like I'm just, you know, it's easier to place blame on adults than kids. So if we go back to ourselves in childhood, I think we can like act, and if hopefully that can help us access like a greater empathy for ourselves. And also, if we, as, you know, the loving, wiser adult can kind of imagine this is kind of the way I conceptualize it, as I sort of just imagine like what I would say to myself if I could go back to that moment in childhood now as this adult, like what would I say? What would I want her to hear? That's probably what you need to hear in this adult moment too. And so I think it's just a way to like bring more empathy and gentleness to ourselves.
Yeah.
Not be so hard on ourselves. And it doesn't have to be, I know like Till Swan uses inner child stuff. It can be co-opted is what I'm saying. Like false memories are a thing. It's not, to me, it's never really about like what memory comes up, and, you know, recognize that memory can be an unreliable thing. I just feel like I have to bring this up because we just did that Till Swan episode. But, you know, it's just more about like accessing the feeling. And like if a child for any reason felt unloved, unlovable, whatever, you would want to comfort them. You would never be like, well, it's your fault. You wouldn't, I think most of us would not be able to say that in good conscience to like a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But then I also think it's good to sort of, you know, just speaking off the top of my head here, but like, as I said, it can be harder to have empathy the older we get. And I think it's also important to go back to like ourselves as teenagers when like, I think of so many times as a teenager where like I felt so much shame or so unlovable or so bad. And now I look back and I'm like, you were such a baby at that time, but because it's the oldest you'd ever been at that time, you didn't have a concept of that. Or, you know, I look back on when I got married and I thought I knew everything that I needed to know. And now I'm like, you were such a child. And so just always kind of going back and bringing empathy to that. And then I also think it can be good to do it in the reverse and to imagine when you're going through a challenging situation, like what would a wiser 20 years older version of myself potentially say to me right now? And most of the time it's some version of like, this doesn't matter as much as you think it does. This is not a reason to hate yourself. This is not a reason to like abandon yourself and not love yourself, you know. Sometimes that can be useful too.
Yeah. And one of my favorite things, there are a lot of things I love about it, but one of my favorite things is that it's this idea of we are taking care of ourselves. And I think that's important, especially coming out of Mormonism or, you know, a religion that kind of, there's a lot of enmeshment and codependency where you're looking outside yourself a lot of times for things. It's just a beautiful way to sort of look at, I can take care of myself. And not only, you know, sometimes with our parents, we don't get the healing in lifetime. We don't get the parent that acknowledges the pain or the hurt in real time. We don't get the apology. We don't get the change, the growth, that moment where you feel seen. We just don't have control over that. But this is something that we can offer independent of our circumstances, and we're deserving of it. And there's just something really, really, I think, beautiful about that. So
yeah, and I think without doing that work, because when you're a child, you are supposed to be codependent with your parents. And so when you have difficult emotions, they are supposed to, in a way, fix them for you. You know, they're supposed to be a container for them and take them on and then help you fix them however they can. But because most of us didn't get that in the ways we need, in our adult relationships, we're showing up expecting that, that's codependency. And I feel like that's every unhealthy relationship. Like that's the foundation of it. There's usually one, Margaret Paul talks about this a lot in the book, but there's usually one person in a relationship that feels like they are responsible for caretaking the other person's feelings. And then there's usually one person who feels like the other person is responsible for taking care of their feelings. And sometimes it switches around. But in my relationships, there has always been a very clear distinction of who plays what role. So that's been good there's so many, have you read Inner Bonding?
I just ordered it.
Okay.
It
I'm so
came
excited.
yesterday. I'm
Cool.
excited.
There's a lot of like case studies she does in the book, and a few of my friends read it, and we were all just like, it's crazy how much I relate to the case studies. Like you can kind of see yourself in every case study.
Yeah.
So that was cool.
Yeah. And I love it too as kind of part of, in relationship, it's kind of as we talk about ending cycles of trauma or, hurting people we love. I love it as part of that, because without it, you oftentimes are in this intense, painful state that, as you say, is like amplified for this situation because it's emotional. It's not rational because it's emotional, and it's deeply embedded in this timeless place, and probably connecting to all the times we have felt this way previously. So there's a lot there for most of us.
The whole theory of unworthiness rests on it.
Yeah, or feeling ignored, or feeling, not listened to, and it's coming up with a child though, or a teenager, that without it, you would lash out in a way and cause pain and suffering in that moment. Where if you can just recognize it and give yourself a minute and pause the situation and take care of yourself, then it also protects and kind of what would I say? Interrupts those cycles,
Yeah.
but your needs are still met, as opposed to sort of, we're going to give this up for my child, or we're going to, I don't know. I just think it's a beautiful, it's just a beautiful practice for not only healing ourselves, but it also ends up healing oftentimes our relationships with other people when we do it.
Because it's hard to be like your most loving, rational self when your amygdala is being hijacked by like fear and, like your whole sense of worthiness is like resting on such a small situation because it's like touching on all this past stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, it's hard to be our best selves when we're afraid.
Absolutely. So is there a situation or two that you could think of that's come up for you where reparenting has been helpful, just so that people can connect with, I can help too, but just this idea of like making it concrete
Yeah.
for people? Like, what does this practice look like for you in real time these days?
Okay, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but hypothetically, let's say I'm in an argument with my boyfriend and it's, over something small. There's some like disagreement where I'm not feeling seen in my point, he's not feeling seen, and we're both kind of just trying to pitch our points because we like so desperately need to feel seen in our point before we can, come together. That's like a prime example of a time where it's so good to like create a little bit of space, look inward and be like, okay, what I'm feeling right now is, unheard. And why do I feel unheard? Well, I was unheard for like my whole childhood. Is this a situation where I'm actually unheard? No, we're both just in this dynamic where we want to be heard for that reason. And so one of us has got to break that chain. So like I can just step in and be like, okay, you go first. You tell me, like, what do you need to feel seen in right now? What am I not hearing? Like, tell me what I'm missing. And then when you give the other person, like when you soften in that way and give the other person that chance and make it clear that you do care about seeing them, then 99% of the time, they then can hear you just fine. Or I find this with my boyfriend, if one of us can just take the time in a disagreement or can just be the person to sort of like break the reactivity and be like, hey, let's soften for a moment. What do I need to hear from you right now? Like, what do you need to feel seen in that you feel like I'm not hearing?
Yeah.
Then it's like so easy to like rectify arguments that like in the past would have just been like so catastrophic for me.
Yeah.
Now they can just be like this tiny little thing and then we can move on and be like, oh, that's interesting that we like got triggered over that thing and like that created that reaction. And then it's like a bonding experience to have an argument because it's like you've accessed, you've each accessed a part of your own and each other's trauma. And then if you're able to like actually see what's happening and, break the reactivity, make each other feel seen, then you can move on from the situation, like knowing more about each other and having like a deeper connection. And any situation like that where you've been able to like take your ego out of it like that. And I feel like the way that you remove the ego is by softening and by like validating your own feelings first. It's hard to validate other people's feelings if you don't feel seen. And the easiest way to feel seen is by like seeing yourself. If you can't even see your own feelings, you're not going to be able to communicate them in a way that is effective to others, you know?
Yeah.
Was that a good enough example? Was that concrete enough?
Yeah, that was a great example.
Okay.
I'll use another example recently that has to do with me maybe too. So this past weekend, John and I were having a conversation about work on a walk, and we started having, you know, it was clearly like it was breaking down our listening kind of pattern to a point where I was starting to feel like I wasn't smart. And this is like a wound of mine. So I have some things in my childhood where, you know, there were kind of messages around, just that I had a hard time. My cognitive abilities were not kind of up to. And so in this conversation, I got really, really triggered. We called timeout, like a little pause, because we're working on our skills like that. And I was like, hey, I don't think this is working. We're not really connecting, and I can tell I'm in a space. So we took a little break, and we were on a walk. So we were like just parted and went. And then John kind of found me in the car, and we kind of met up. And what happens, and this is, I think, the beauty of a reparenting moment was, you know, in that time that we were apart, I was able to identify, what am I feeling? Okay, this is so familiar. I'm feeling like what I'm saying, the way I'm experiencing the conversation is my brain doesn't work well, that I can't, you know, connect things that are obvious to other people or, you know, whatever. And I was able to kind of show up and remember what that felt like then, being a child, and comfort myself and really meet myself where I was emotionally. And anytime I do that, it is really effective for me. Like, it's like a balm. It really, you know, and I kind of say things that I believe about my brain now, you know, and what it has to offer in being kind of maybe a little bit different in the way it processes.
What do you say?
Like, I'll say things like, you see things other people don't see. Sometimes it takes you longer to make connections, but you make connections that, you know, they're there. They're important. They are valid. They're, you know, but I literally like kind of talk to myself. You deserve to be heard. You deserve, you know, there is nothing wrong with you. You are not at a deficit, right? And just really, and by the time John kind of swung around and kind of met me, I was back. Like, I was fully kind of ready to, and we were able to kind of re-engage in the conversation. And I was able to tell him, here's what came up for me. I have this wound around this thing. And it was coming up for me in the conversation because I think I was hearing some things that were familiar to me. And that builds emotional intimacy. Mm-hmm. So now John has a connection actually to a piece of me in childhood that the next time we have a conversation, you know, it can flag that. And he'll now have a sense of compassion as opposed to like, what's going on with you? Like, wow, you seem really, which without information, oftentimes we do. It's just sort of like, you know, it's just sort of like, wow, you seem really upset for the situation. What's going on? As opposed to like, oh, I see, this is about that. And in partnerships, it's a beautiful shift that happens to recognize, oh, in the past, I would have looked at that and been like, whatever, he's so touchy. He always gets this way when, or whatever, like how our brains just sort of spin things as opposed to like, then you see your partner as a child. You're like, oh, that's right. Because that happened and that's what's going on right here. And you show up in this really loving way with this full perspective of like, I get it. I see what's happening. And, you know, so anyway, that is an example of like reparenting recently for me.
And I feel like that's a good example of what we resist persists. Because if you hadn't have just confronted that feeling of like, you know, whatever the schema was from childhood of I'm not smart enough, then you would have been engaging with John like through the lens of like trying to like prove or disprove that, when he maybe isn't even thinking that at all, but then it's like becoming more true to you as you're feeling the need to defend it. Whereas like once you ground yourself in like, actually I'm smart and make tons of connections, then it's like you're just secure in that knowledge, and it doesn't really matter what John says. You know, it's like you're not relying on him to like validate or invalidate that theory. But how much do like people, it's so sad that we don't all like get taught this stuff, because like I just feel like most people have conflict, and just like over the course of like an entire relationship where there's gradually just more like, wow, she's like really crazy about that, or like, you know, all the ways that we're hysterical, there's like people don't know even how to seek the context, or that there's a need to seek context. They're just like, that's unreasonable. And it's a personal attack on me that she would be that unreasonable in that situation.
That's right.
And then I just feel like people just run their love into the ground. And it's like, if we would just be taught these skills that are like basic skills that theoretically a couples therapist could teach anyone.
Yeah.
Like how different would it be? How many people would not break up? It's like how much love is lost by just like the ego warring when it doesn't need to. And like, it's like you're feeling like you have to protect like this primary core wounded part of you that actually, if you can show up for it, doesn't need to be like defended in that way. You get what I'm saying?
Absolutely. 100%. And it's tremendously healing, you know, without partnership, to just realize when we show up in spaces where, you know, in parenting around negative emotions or hard emotions, just showing up with gentleness and comfort for yourself. In those times, it's like a rewrite about all that we thought was unlovable, that is actually just human. It is just part of being human. And it's this reminder of kind of like, I don't abandon myself. I don't abandon myself when I'm sad or upset, right? I don't turn to my partner. I sit with myself and I tend to myself first. And I just think it's so beneficial to being an integrated human, to just be able to hold all, and to it's a practice, but to kind of just be able to kind of, I'm going to tend. And here are the ways I tend when I'm really upset. What do I need? Do I need water? Do I need a bath? Do I need to watch a funny show? Do I need to, anyway, self-love. There we go.
And in these like rigid social structures like Mormonism, I feel like where everything is so focused on things just being one specific way all the time, and it's all very like external, there's like such a pressure to deny your own humanity. And just in society generally, like in all of the cultures we've all grown up in, it's like, because things are just supposed to look this one way and deviation from that is like bad, we have to deny our own humanity and repress it, and then it comes out in dysfunctional ways, which actually makes society worse. But in our minds, it's like, again, it's kind of coming back to that core thing of like, parents think that they just need to like stuff kids into this box, and if they can just contain them in that box, then they will have done a good job as parents. But it's actually like the worst thing you can do. And I feel like we do that at a societal level.
We do.
That's why high demand religions like Mormonism drive me mad, because it's like there's no space for messiness, there's no space for humanness.
Yeah. Or for process.
Yeah.
Just process and journey and learning. Yeah. Yeah. Have there been kind of blocks or obstacles? Like, what's the hardest part about sort of your rebuilding process, if anything?
I would
around
say
emotional. I guess it's around reparenting, that self-healing work. Like, what's the hardest aspect of this work, would you say?
I think it's I think it is being vigilant of how these easy sources of dopamine like hijack our well-being. Like I think about phone addiction, you know, and like there'll just be weeks where like I'll, during the work week, spend a lot of time on my phone, and then I just have such a like icky feeling. And then I can tell that I have just taken in too much information that week. And so I just need to be like still for a lot longer than I would otherwise have need to be, because I just haven't taken the time to just, like, our brains need to be bored. And I think this is a big theme in my life, is figuring out how to just be okay with boredom. Because if we don't, like I was just getting ready this morning and I was listening to a podcast while getting ready, and then I turned it off for a minute, and then I was like, oh, it's so nice and quiet in my apartment. Like, this has been available the whole time, and I've just like chosen this podcast because it, you know, it's higher dopamine than silence. So like in my brain, it's like, we'll listen to a podcast. But it's like you could have just been like sitting here in this like luscious silence the whole time. But it's so easy to get into cycles of not choosing that and just wanting the stimulation. And yeah, even if like, because I feel like at this point in my life, I'm not processing any like giant stuff on the regular, but it's still just like your brain needs downtime to, you know, we're not supposed to consume as much information as we do through our phones. And so that can really like send you out of whack, you know, especially with like everything that's going on right now. I feel like this is like a key thing we should all be thinking about. Is like, do we have enough time to be processing all the stuff we're taking in, especially when a lot of that stuff is quite negative.
Right.
So yeah, I'd say my biggest stumbling block or like, you know, challenge or thing that can get in the way of my well-being and healthiness is just that, like, it's so easy to fall into, you know, you just have a day where you use your phone more than you should, you scroll for longer than you should, or you just go from one podcast to the next thinking like, well, I'm learning the whole time, so it's good. But like, is it the highest good right now? Probably not. Sometimes I just need nothingness.
Yeah, that's so...
And I'm averse to it. I think we all are.
Not me.
That's very
not
aware of
you.
you.
Oh no, I'm just pretty
No,
much
you
meditating.
hate the hustle, go, go, go lifestyle.
Yeah, and I'm never on my phone.
Yeah. You're a downtime king.
No, this is a real weakness for me.
Yeah.
All seriousness aside, this is a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, if I'm not changing the world, I'm bored and I'm not living up to my potential. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's healthy.
I'm not fun to be around sometimes.
I
it-
can relate
it's-
to that.
It's a major theme in the book we're reading right now for a book group that we're in. It's called The Comfort Crisis. And it's,
I've been meaning to read that.
Oh,
I've had
yeah?
it in my like to be ordered list. Should I order it?
It's a major theme in one of the, is just what's lost, how the brain is kind of set up, and then what's lost by just what you say, like this hyper focus, what we're asking our brains to do by focusing on a podcast and then our work and that it never has that. That's what nature does, is it allows your brain to just sort of have that relaxed state. That's where creativity comes from. That's where processing and integration from our days leads to better sleep. Because if you don't do that during your day, which a lot of us aren't because of hello phone time, then your brain is trying to catch up at night. It has to process sometime, and so then it keeps you up because it's trying to work double time. But anyway,
it today.
I really love what you were saying. So if we were going to kind of look at a snapshot or over a week of kind of like your life now, and how self-healing, emotional regulation, loving, yourself, prioritizing yourself, as opposed to, let's just say, prior to your own transition this way, what are the biggest differences? What do you notice about how you're showing up in your life now, as opposed to, when you were a little bit more unconscious and, let's just say, grasping to fix or have the cure does that make sense?
Yeah. Well, I would say I'm a person who doesn't do well with being overscheduled. And so I like to have sort of habits and routines, but not too rigid. Like, I like to be able to sort of choose between a few different things. So I think kind of the unhealthy, unconscious version of that in the past was like, I'd stay up till 4 a.m. on my phone and wake up at 2 p.m. And, it was like I took that, something that I think is good for me to work with about myself, which is like I generally do better when I have more space in my schedule and can sort of like pick and choose what I do when. There was like a more unhealthy version of that was just kind of like total hedonism, or I don't even know if you could call it that because I didn't feel good, but like, just like no discipline. I guess a big piece has been learning like what feels like healthy, happy discipline, as opposed to, just kind of like just doing nothing, or, not, it's like another thing is in the past I would feel, let's say, depressed or anxious, not doing well. And I'd be so focused on the storylines my brain was telling around that, and like believing that they were the primary thing, rather than just like, I'm feeling depressed and this is the story my brain is writing around it. Because especially as women, I mean, there's like so many hormonal fluctuations throughout the month that like men don't experience, that there are just going to be days in your cycle where you feel depressed, like compared to the rest of the month. And so now I'm a lot better at kind of sensing what I need, rather than kind of just descending into it further by just like ruminating. I just bought so fully into my storylines around anxiety and depression before. Whereas now I'm like, okay, maybe you need to go do some movement for 30 minutes, but maybe you don't. Maybe, you know, I feel like now I'm very good at like feeling out what I need, and knowing the difference between, like, for example, sometimes it's good to eat like a meal that doesn't have any real nutritional value because it's like good for your soul. But then sometimes you're doing that in a way that's like, I think this is actually going to make you feel worse. And like, that's not the move right now. You know, I feel like I've got a lot better at discerning between like the healthy and unhealthy versions of kind of similar things, if that makes sense. And like balance has just become a bigger theme, you know. Again, it's like, instead of in the past, I might embark on like this intense exercise campaign for 2 weeks. Now it's just like a natural, gentle part of my routine.
Yeah.
So I'd say now there's a lot more just gentleness across the board in like how I treat myself in life. What else is different? I mean, now I know when I'm feeling emotion. I mean, and sometimes you distract yourself from painful emotions, and that just is what it is. But now there's like at least awareness of when that's happening. And when I have difficult emotions, I now know that, you know, XYZ is not going to be these distractions are not going to fix the problem. It's not, your goal isn't to just run away from it and distract yourself until you forget about it and then just kind of have it live lurking somewhere that you don't want to access.
Yeah.
Now I'm able to just kind of confront stuff head on, which is nice, and it saves you a lot of time.
It does.
Because it's just going to come out anyway in like more annoying ways.
Yeah, that's right.
What else? What else can you think of, like, in answering that question? Like, for yourself?
She turns the tables back on Margi.
I'm curious.
Well, I was looking at some of the things also that you wrote, and you were talking about the pendulum swings and kind of trying to find the balance point, right? Of that. Talk about, what about seasons? What is it about seasons that you find kind of in informing how you show up? Because that was something that came up.
Okay, yeah. I love the concept of inhale, exhale, and seasons. And
what's inhale, exhale?
You know, there's times in your life, okay, for example, there's times in my work life where I'm very high output. You know, I just want to be producing a lot, and that's fun for me, and I'm energized to do it. And then there's other times where you just need to be like taking in inputs. I feel like especially if you have sort of a creative career, that's important. But I really think it's important for everyone. Everything, you can't be like on in every area of life all the time.
It's like perpetual summer.
Yeah.
Season.
Like,
right?
you have to, I like the idea of like in the winter, you know, like hygge is a concept we both love, of like, you know, kind of nesting in the winter and reading and slowing down and focusing on, you know, just like nourishing yourself in the ways that you can, being warm, and then allowing summer to be, you know, maybe a bit more like all over the place, overscheduling, because like the sun's out the whole time and it makes more sense and you feel good, and maybe you're like more booked and busy in the summer because that's when you feel the most vibrant. Just kind of like recognizing, whereas in the past I would kind of think, oh, something's wrong with me because it's winter and I like don't want to do anything. And it's nice to be able to honor, instead of being so scared that something good has gone away forever and you've done something to make it go away and you need to try and claw that habit back. Yep. Just recognize like, well, clearly that habit is not like taking priority right now, and that's okay. And with some things, maybe you do need to reprioritize it. You know, if I just like totally stopped moving for 2 weeks, I might be concerned. But like, generally we can trust ourselves to just do the things that feel good and that make sense. Yeah. And I mean, like, working with your menstrual cycle is another good example. Like, there are days in the month where it just doesn't make sense to have a lot scheduled. It just makes much more sense to like rest, recuperate. And then there are other times where it's better to have more things planned and you're going to probably thrive more in that. So I feel like everything in life is like that. And I found myself in the past, like if I had something good that I was doing for a period of time, if I stopped, I would feel this like weird guilt and like, oh, I got to get back to that, instead of just like, you know, things can ebb and flow. And the older I get, the more I realize that it is an ebb and flow, and things that you have exhaled, you will inhale again. So it's weird language, but
I love that. No,
you know, like you can
it.
trust like the flow of everything, and
the
you
ebb
can
and the flow.
Because I feel like so much of our culture, especially, it all feels so relevant when talking about like energy and like the energy we have for different things, because we have such a hustle culture. It's so nice to, just like sit with whatever natural energy you have and like allow that to be your output. And it's like, what good is it to be stressing out that you're not producing more when you do not have the energy to produce more? Like, do you want to try and force yourself? Like, what will the quality of that production be like? Probably questionable.
Yeah.
And like, is that the way that you want to approach your work or your life?
Yep.
So yeah.
Yeah. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. And I hear a little Taoism in that too, because it's kind of trusting.
Oh yeah. And
You're
you mentioned
trusting.
the pendulum. I like that metaphor as well. That's in Taoism of, and this also feels like it relates to my whole theory of like, we can trust the psyche to figure out what it needs. Like sometimes we have to swing hard in one direction. Like we have to go all in on a marriage to realize that what we actually want is less commitment and more like joyful daily choosing of a relationship.
Yes,
and
exactly.
so it's like going to one, and we don't even need to, I think there's a case to be made for just like relaxing about everything, because if you go too extreme, if it is too extreme and you're like a person who's like observing like what's happening to you, which is kind of like the main thing, then you're going to notice that it's extreme and you're going to be able to balance it out. And like, you know, after you have a period of like intense productivity, you're probably going to want to swing back into intense apathy, which makes the case for like, let's say with movement, how about we just try and do something that's more in the middle that we can do all the time? Because movement is an example of something we probably want to try and do like every day of our lives, ideally, in some form. So doesn't it make more sense to do a more kind of in the middle thing than to like oscillate between these extremes, you know?
Yeah. Yep. 100%. And how about, did you want to say something too about, you know, here you've made all these shifts and, you know, you've done a lot of work, I think, in how you are showing up for yourself. Do you want to say something about your partner that you've been with and how that's now affected you in relationship too, and what you've created together with that being kind of the root?
Yeah, it's been so nice, like entering into a relationship, not from a place of like, I'm deficient and need to be made whole, but like I'm whole, and does this person like align with that wholeness, and are they whole in the ways that they need to be whole? And just like instead of, you know, looking for someone to fit into this like prescribed role of what I think a relationship should be, which like in Mormonism is like full on marriage for eternity. Just having this mindset of like, do I want to spend this evening with this person? Yes. And then just being able to like build a relationship truly line upon line, instead of like, do they tick all these boxes for what I'm looking for? Can I stuff it into this, you know, overarching box I'm trying to like have my relationship be? Like that just is such a unhelpful, unhealthy model. But being able to take things one step at a time and know that like I'm okay on my own. So if this is not adding to my life, then it's not worth it. Mm-hmm. And that has like built something that's so much more beautiful and strong and amazing and joyful than, you know, this idea that you need to find like an eternal or even just like lifelong partner.
Yeah.
Right off the bat. It's like the lack of a need for commitment has facilitated a much stronger bond and probably, you know, more longevity. Like this relationship is like twice the length that my marriage was.
Yeah.
And has been happy the whole time.
Yeah.
So it is really like night and day. It feels like that. It's like child, adult, like just complete. It's like hard to relate to that. It makes me sad that like we don't get taught how to communicate, how to connect to ourselves, how to like, I didn't know anything about being in relationship because I was not connected to myself.
Yeah.
And yet I was taught by Mormonism that I was ready to be in an eternal marriage. And I was 22. People get married at 18, you know?
Yeah.
So that was a lot.
Yeah.
What else could I say about that? I don't know. It's just good.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's
when
beautiful.
you're both committed to like self-care and showing up for yourself, like it makes a huge difference. And again, it's like if you have disagreements or you get in arguments, fights. I hate the word fights. It always sounds so violent.
or conflict.
But yeah, if you get into conflict, it's an opportunity for deeper connection rather than this kind of like, you know, like Band-Aid fix and then just like kind of moving on and not talking about it again. It's like we've actually like deepened our bond through those triggers.
Yeah. Yeah. Totally different quality to relationship.
Yeah. It's like a different thing. Mm-hmm. It's like that was like the artificial version of it. Like just, it was a committed relationship externally, but it was like it was like built on a house of sand.
Such a good point. Such a good point. Yeah. Well, we appreciate you, Samantha, for being here. Thank you for sharing. Is there any other kind of things you would like to leave with people listening with regard to, it can be resources, it can be things that have been just you want to leave about self-healing or the process of it, or do you feel kind of like you've kind of said it all at this point for the day?
I think the main thing is just like be gentle with yourself and like the things that are going to make the biggest difference, I think, in most of our lives, again, are like the 7% increments, not the 100%, the 50, you know, the sweeping giant changes. Like most of the things we need to do to improve our lives are like small, maybe habits or mindsets or like things we kind of feel that we need to be learning about or diving into deeper.
Yeah.
And like kind of just take the pressure off to have this like, I don't know, to have these giant experiences or
a theophany.
What's that?
That's how smart people describe Joseph Smith's first vision. Some huge vision from God, you know?
Yeah, right.
No theophanies?
No. I mean, they do happen along the way, but if you seek them, they won't come.
Are you saying theophanies happen?
Well, wait, what's the definition again?
Visit from God, basically.
Well, it can be God in the kind of oneness, I am that I am sense, sure. Yeah, they can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7%. Didn't Dan Harris write 7% happier?
10%
10% happier.
Yeah, I'm being more conservative, you'll notice.
It's very British. It's very British.
Yeah, thank you.
Understated. More understated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for so fully showing up.
Thank
for
you.
this interview today. I really personally just deeply connect with so much of your experience and also, you know, your rebuilding and your resources and what you've come to. And yeah, I just love that you're in the world.
Oh,
Really, because I do feel like you have a unique way of being in the world, of showing up in the world, and in kind of spreading wisdom and love in the world. It's unique. And so I have just, it's been a gift to hear more of your story. I did not know much about you or your story. So just personally, it's been a real gift to hear it. So thank you.
Thank you. You've been the perfect host and such a safe container.
Oh, thank you.
Tell us about your Spotify.
Also, I feel all the same things about you and admire you so deeply. And everything that I see you say publicly, I just resonate with a lot.
Oh, thank you.
Tell us about your Spotify really quick.
On my Spotify.
You're an artist. You're a recording artist.
Your music, you do have a voice like no other.
My name is Samantha Shelley on Spotify.
And what do you do there?
Well, there are songs I have sung.
Beautiful.
That are on there.
You're a post-Mormon British pop queen, basically. No?
Yeah. You know, I think even Princess would be pushing it in the pop realm. I'm like a little court jester that's like on the edge of being fired, but he's like just scraping by.
Epic tunes.
Yeah, really.
Thanks, John.
Really.
And your coaching website one more time?
SamanthaShelleyCoaching.com.
And that's Shelley with an EY. And what type of coaching do you do?
I call it intentional living coaching. I feel like it's all very gentle and very much helping people access, what do you want right now? Like, what do you need to process? What do you feel like you need to be supported in terms of like building habits? A lot of it is like deep listening, and like, I guess just helping people draft like new, more helpful narratives about themselves in life. And usually like people already know what they want that to be. And I guess it's helping people like tap into their own wisdom that is there if you make the space for it.
Yeah, highly recommend. And Zelph on the Shelf continues, right?
Yes.
Which is what, for those who don't know?
It's a YouTube channel. And
on what?
What do you mean?
What's it about?
Oh, it's an ex-Mormon channel, I suppose. But right now we're reading a MAGA hat romance novel.
Ooh.
Yep.
Fun. All right.
Yep.
Well, we consider you a dear friend and someone we look up to, even though we're old fogies.
That is amazing for me.
Right, Margi?
You got it, John.
And Margi, you're a wonderful co-host. I love to just sit back here and relax and eat blow pops while you do the
John literally was eating a blow pop while I was talking about the depths of my eating disorder.
Or did you have 3?
I had 2.
Samantha's like going deep and John's like...
Don't lollipop shame me.
You don't see a lot of grown man eating a blow pop during a podcast.
Love it. Keep at it.
Yeah, it's very inner child bonding. I love it.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Margi.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Margi.
Thank you, Samantha.
Thanks, Sammy. We'll see y'all again soon on another episode of Mormon Stories Podcast. Take care, everybody.